All right, good evening, everybody. Please signify that you can hear me. Like you can just okay. Thank you very much. All right. So okay, thank you. As I mentioned, I can't really on on my camera now. I'm so sorry, but our first speaker is already on call, and then from there we can kick off. Please, also, if you're on the call, please can you signify that you're on the call? Okay. Okay. So, welcome guys to your favorite engineers 1 year anniversary celebration. As we all know, um, your favorite engineer is a community of hardware engineers, people who are intentional about their growth and who are intentional about their growth and intentional about thriving in the engineering space. So, we've organized this program today to we invited speakers, organize the program so that you guys can come hear our stories, hear challenges that we faced, know that whatever problem that you guys are facing in the engineering world, like it's not it's not peculiar, like it's something that a lot of people, especially in Nigeria, have experienced. So as you're here today, be inspired, learn one or two, make connections, ask questions, take notes, and yeah, just make sure that you have made up your mind that you're going to have a good time at this event. So I'm not going to be the host today. I know that all the events that your favorite engineer has had, I've been the one that has been hosting, but today I'm going to be a speaker. So yeah, for me, I'm going to be a speaker today, and I'll be passing on the mic to Osas. She's going to be our host for today. For those of you who know her on, those of you who know her on X and also on LinkedIn, you know her as Osas or Osas in robotics. Yeah. So before I read her intro and we start properly, I will just say an opening prayer because it's our tradition that whenever we start a program, we always start with opening prayer. So, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for grace. Thank you for bringing us to yet another event, an event where we will learn, an event where we'll be inspired, an event where we will grow. Thank you for 368 days. Yeah, 365 days plus 3 of YFE's existence. Thank you for connections made. Thank you for people that have grown, for our members that have grown. Thank you for every single thing that you have done and that you continue to do in our midst. May your name be praised and exalted in Jesus' name. Pray that as we start this event, pray that Lord, your mercy will speak for us. That we will not just have this event just for having its sake, but we'll have it and we'll know that people will be impacted, they will grow, they will begin to thrive, and there will be testimonies upon testimonies, even testimonials that, oh, I came for this event and I left better than I came when I was inspired. That will be everybody's testimonials after this. And I pray that our speakers, you speak through them. Pray that everything that they've come to say, that it's everything that they come to say that we're inspired by it and we grow by all means through it in Jesus' name. Thank you, Father. Commit this meeting to your able hands and spare open name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen. All right, so let's start properly. As I said, I'm not going to be the host for today. Osas is going to be our host. So Osas is proof. So I'm going to read her bio now. So yeah. OSAS is proof that you don't need to wait until graduation to make an impact in robotics. She is a fourth-year mechatronics engineering student at Afe Babalola University and an emerging voice in robotics in Nigeria. She is currently completing her industrial training at RAIN, that is Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria, where she builds expertise in ROS2, embedded systems, and autonomous robots. As the co-head of the embedded systems track at Your Favorite Engineer Limited, she shapes the next generation of hands-on engineers, driving a culture where building takes priority over waiting. Her work has earned recognition, um, being sixth place, including a sixth place finish out of 58 teams at the Meta AI Developers Academy Hackathon and the development of a sign that's a sign language translation glove. At YFE's, that's your favorite engineer's first anniversary, she hosts this conversation with one message that as a student, you can start early, build consistently, and not wait for permission. So please, without further ado, please can we give a round of applause as we have, or as I leave the floor open to um also, please, I shall told you that you, please, your mic, sorry, your camera. So please, not forget. So you guys, please give her a round of applause. Please give her a round of applause. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here, Osas. Thank you for everything that you do, both personal brand wise, both in the robotic space, in the embedded system space, everywhere. So thank you so much. So you have the floor now. Yes, please don't forget. So
Princess,
I can hear you. Please, your camera, don't forget.
okay, I'm listening. Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction. So for our first speaker, we'll be having Saka Adetayo Mohammed. So I want to read his intro now. Saka Adetayo Mohammed is a robotics and autonomous systems researcher passionate about building intelligent machines that perform reliably in unpredicted environments. A mechanical engineering graduate at Lautech, he developed strong roots in robotics, AI, and embedded systems. While serving as SP Lautech president and a reign in Lautech Innovator Lead, his work has earned multiple recognition, including wins at Hack for Livestock, the Ilori Innovation Challenge, the Unilag Energy Challenge, and the Nigerian Juniors Competition, as well as being named a top 100 innovator at the Next Gen Challenge in London. He now focuses on uncertainty-aware autonomy, perception, and real-world robotic development as he prepares for PhD research. You have the floor, Saka Adetayo. Okay, so I correct message, right?
Yeah,
Can you hear me,
system is
Saka?
coming up. Yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction. Osas, can I just short short like that just for easy pronunciation?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you, Princess. Thank you for creating this meaningful and wonderful webinar. I really appreciate everyone on this call. So where do we start from? My name is Saka Adetayo Mohammed. So I'm popularly known as Astro. Yeah, that's what like most people call me. And I think the bio you read, I was too busy. I didn't know the one to put out. So there is a bit of dates in it. I know myself as the president of Society of Petroleum Engineers in my school. In fact, we have a new president now. I graduated last year and I did my induction a few months ago. So I'm currently, let's say my current role now is that I work at PowerTech Nigeria as an associate embedded system engineer, and I'm director of competitive robotics at Aurora Robotics. I know a lot of people might know about Aurora Robotics here because Aurora Robotics is really gaining momentum in the world of robotics in Nigeria now. So yeah, thank you very much everyone for having me on this call. Yeah, so let me just start with a bit of background of how this thing came up. Just last year, I think December, towards the end of December last year, I got an email from Princess to speak at this event, talking about our experience and background in engineering. So this event would be, I would say, would be very relatable to a lot of us here because I mean, there is a similar. I've learned from a lot of people because I have a lot of friends. I've learned from a lot of people that there's a similar way that almost all of us got into engineering. It didn't just start like in a day. Maybe when you're 17 and you feel like, oh, engineering is let me just go and try out engineering. Engineering is not a course you try out. Engineering is a course that passion leads you to. So it will be very relatable. Yeah, I would like to just share my screen, though I just prepare a very little slide that won't really be talking too much from the slide. Yeah, I'm sharing my screen now. Okay. Yeah. So please confirm you can hear me because I'm moving out of the call now.
We can hear you.
I'm seeing the comments now. Passion, somebody comment that Passion did not lead me here. I tried because I had no choice. How? Why will you try engineering because you had no choice? Because of what? Emmanuel, please, I will listen to you later. We'll discuss. Because I don't understand this is your comment though. Okay, so yeah. Good evening once again, everyone. Yeah, so this is just the flyer of the event, and this is my introduction. So, and the theme for today will be from childhood curiosity to hedge AI, and that's just basically about me. And almost everything I'll be talking about today would be like my personal experience, and I feel like something a lot of people can or would relate to. So yeah, I had my BTech at Ladok Akintola University of Technology, and I love robotics and autonomous systems so much. Anything that works autonomously, I love it. And how did I start my journey? So all this has been introduced already, and how did I start my journey? Like my journey starts from since when I was a kid. So then I was a very, very curious kid. Like, why will you tell me our phone is working and we can make calls and another person can receive it at other ends? How does it work? What is inside the phone that makes it work? My curiosity doesn't stop there. It doesn't only stop there. I go ahead like every time to make sure I open the even though I didn't understand what was inside, but I know how to unscrew and screw. So I open those gadgets. I try to know what is inside. So though I've not tried it with the phone before, but I've done like different modifications on phones. But I used to hold radios at home that wasn't working. I used to open them and check what is inside and see what I can do to make it work. I think then I used to watch YouTube videos, watch how capacitor works, how resistor works. Even then, like if I open gadgets, if I open like components that are dead, like I can replace it with resistors or capacitors that are not of the rating that was put there initially, just because I want to repair it and I had little knowledge about it. So because I was that curious that time, and I've done a lot of crazy things like tripping off our lights, our switch at home, like making some part of our house lights or electricity goes off for some weeks before they came to repair it. So that was how I found my my passion in engineering, because I've always knew that's what I wanted to do. Because like, and I don't just have any other discipline that I have passion for. Even like my dad wanted me to be a nurse if I can't be a doctor. He wanted me to be a nurse. So, but then I didn't have passion for it. I always tell him that if I had gone to nursing, probably I would be killing people. I'll be killing people by now by doing things I'm not supposed to do, because like that is just not my passion. Because anything that is not my passion, I don't do it well. So then I I I I I unscrew this uncouple this system to know what is inside. But little by little, I started learning about them. As I started learning about the right components to replace them with, like resistors. Started learning about what resistors is, what it does, and what to replace them with. I got like a place to buy components here in Bomosho, and I go there since 2014. I can remember that I found that place in 2014, and I used to go there to go and get components. And from there gradually, I would say nobody taught me. I've never, like initially when I started like my engineering journey, I didn't go to a place to learn. I didn't learn. It was all from curiosity, and curiosity led me to where I am. Though it got to a point that I actually went to a coding school, but then I even did hardware, like repairs of laptop and installation. That was SQI in 2018 to 2019. So gradually from like opening this thing and coupling it back, and some of them worked, some of them did not work. I started learning, and from there, I I think there was a day. What started this repair of a thing like normally, properly, that people give me work to do, is was a day that I saw a lamp, a spoiled lamp outside. Like somebody just throw it outside. I was like, "Ah, this is a real good for me. Why will you throw this thing outside?" So now I even have like a device to do experiment on without being held accountable for it, because it was thrown outside. Nobody is going to talk to me that I'm spoiling this, or I'm trying to do something to this. So it wasn't owned by my parents, so I won't be scolded for it. So I started working on it. Like, fortunately for me, it was only the battery that spoiled in the lamp, and they threw it outside. So I replaced the battery, and the system works. It worked. So from since then, I started working on gadget, right? Like this device. Like whenever there is a spoiled bar lamp at home, I'll repair it. And my parents started, because my mom is a teacher. When she goes to school, she tells people that my son can actually repair this for you. And she started bringing me lamps from school. So I started repairing it for them. It was like a very, very small amount I used to get them. But I don't know, it was enough for me because I was a kid. I mean, I've been repairing since when I was 12. So, and then I think I was in GSS 2. Yes. So it's sometimes I get 200 naira, I get like is 200 naira is in US dollar is like 0.2 cent or 0.1 cent, then I didn't even know. So I used to get 0.2, okay, no, 10 cent or 20 cent. I'm using dollars to calculate it. So I used to get this money from them then, and I started expanding. I got myself to Suriname. It was 600 naira. It was 600 naira then. Now Nigeria spoiled. It is 18, around 15 to 18,000 naira. Now I even want to get standard Suriname. So I started getting this work. Started buying components. Started buying tools, and there are even some tools that I got since then that I still have to know. That's why like I have a lot of tools. I mean, like I have like a lot of tools to work on. That's why if I want to work on projects sometimes, I just have like some that I can quickly grab and use to work. So I started working on this, and I can't stop at that, because I had like a very big passion for robotics. And when my robotics journey started was I think in 2000, and I'm not that accurate with the time, but I know like it was back in 2015, 2016. I saw Silas Adekunle. I don't know if anyone knows Silas Adekunle here. I saw Silas Adekunle present a robot on national television. I don't know the film in the NTA. So I was watching NTA news. I was so glued to it. Normally, I don't watch news. So, but when I saw it, I was so glued to it. I was so fascinated about how he was controlling the robots. How can you make a machine move? That was another level of intelligence system for me. If I could be curious about lamps that are just turning on and turning off. So it made me so curious about how the system was moving by its command. I was like, damn, seriously? Seriously. So when the show when the news finished, I made research on my phone. Then I had access to my mom's phone. I made research on my phone. What is this about? And I can I start it. I think then I was in JSS. I should be in JSS. I think probably JSS 3 going to SS1. JSS 3. I'm very sure of that. I remember I met my teacher in school. His name is Mr. Ogunjiji. I told him that, sir, I saw this news and I want to be a robotics engineer. I want to start building intelligence system. I want to start building cars that I can control with my own command. Like I'm building something, like I build something that follows my command. So the man said, that's very nice. He was my math teacher, like, and he believed in me. So, but reality met me. Actually, then I started making research about like university you can study robotics in Nigeria. I couldn't find any. So I found none. But I saw that there is a university in the north, which is Federal University of Minna, that offer this course called mechatronics, which is closely related to robotics. So, but I couldn't opt in for it because my dad didn't want me to go to the north, and I think I wouldn't like it now. So if I went there because I've been to the school, and the school is very nice, but I think I later loved the school I went, prefer it over others. So I started making research about university I can study robotics outside Nigeria. I found out that Pennsylvania University is one of the best university in the US that or in the world that I can study robotics. So I wanted to apply to it as an undergraduate then, because but I'm in Nigeria. A lot of things will limit you. Yeah, so I couldn't apply to the school. I couldn't get in. I had to give up on that dream at that level, at my bachelor's level. So I applied to University of Ibadan for mechanical engineering, and at that minute, because of their slow calendar, I had to change to Lautech. I got admitted into Lautech, but I didn't stop at that. I went to SQI, started learning hardware. From there, one thing about me is that if I have not gotten to the place I'm going, I can't be limited in a place that I am. So because I was just repairing laptop every day, that wasn't my dream. That wasn't what I wanted to do. I can't keep repairing laptop every day. So I left the place. And I need to focus on what my major purpose and passion is. So internal level, because they started offering robotics course, but yeah, it's not like it wasn't like it was still up to standard then. So I started on my own in the small corner of my room. I started buying bots. I bought Arduino. My- I used some contributions like for days to buy my first Arduino from AliExpress. It got here after 3 months. I started working, started posting on LinkedIn. I think one of the major things that gave me platform and growth and gave me growth like very, very fast was LinkedIn. So I think, please, can you mute the noise that is coming from the background? Kind of affecting. Yo, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, the noise is kind of affecting. Okay. Oh, yeah. So it's gone now. So I started learning on my own, and from there, started building intelligence system. I think I built my first robot that's like can navigate on his own using ultrasonic sensor when I was in 200 level stroke 300 level. And from there, I never stopped because kept going on. And since then, from then, one thing about me is that I don't just like building. I like building it like system that can be useful and impactful in the environment that can solve like a particular problem. So there's this like project I wanted to build, but I didn't have money to fund it. So it was funded by a final year project of like some other for final year money of some other projects. I did this for them, and when they were done, they gave it to me. I was so lucky they gave it to me, and I used to go for my first competition at the University of Ilorin. No, I've been in the competition before when I was in very level at the same University of Ilorin, but um, I wasn't the best version of myself then, and I didn't know much about like presentations, going to competitions, and winning, an act of winning. So I lost the competition, and it was really a very terrible moment for me. But from there, I said I was going to go back and I will do something great. So the next year, I went with a project, and the project made the fourth position, and it gave me a very big go ahead because it was a very big difference from the previous year to the year that I went again. So then from there, I went to Unilag and won my first competition, which was the Unilag Energy Challenge, when we won 1.5 million then. So from there gradually I kept going to competitions, and before I graduated, I won 10 competitions, which like the two of the most impressive competition was the one at like Act for Livestock, where we even got the opportunity to travel to University of Florida for a presentation. Though we couldn't travel again because of visa problem. But yeah, that was it. I was later able to travel to London for in presentation also through my project. And yeah, I'm now a graduate of mechanical engineering and currently seeking great opportunities in robotics and autonomous system outside the country. So that was my journey through robotics, and yeah, I think I've spoke about like these are like part of my future projects, like future projects that I've killed before, and this is the project that have won me my most award. And this one only one award in collaboration with my professors. And so yeah, okay, let me just talk about what you can build and prospect in engineering. So recently, this is one of my recent projects, and it was built with my friend Olusanya Ayodeji. So it was a drowning detection alert system. So a real-time drowning detection system in a pool. So this system was trained using deep learning. We used YOLO 8S here, and we trained it on Google Colab. So you know this issue of drowning in pools, like this was what killed the son of this popular singer called Davido. So we built this system to detect this drowning underwater. When you're underwater, we label like thousands of pictures to detect like different scenarios in drowning in underwater. You can see this how we label the picture and videos one by one. We trained 12,000 plus images, and it gave us this output. So this is like our main setup. And in this setup, you can see like this long pipe, and this is what goes underwater. And inside this pipe, it is sealed, very, very sealed. I don't even know the high people. We sealed it. We stated it under a pool and no water went in. Yeah, so that's still another engineering breakthrough. So there's a camera inside. It's called Logitech C9922 camera, and it's very, very sharp. And inside this book, we have our Raspberry Pi that is processing the system and send alert to us whenever there is this drowning underwater. And that's how basically the project works. And it's a very great project. So give us like a very good outputs. So those are like type of prospect and things and great things you can do in engineering if you really know what you're doing deeply and you devoted like the time to it. And can make a lot of money out of engineering if you know how to play your games very well. Like my friends now back here, like he knows, like he's very good at what he does, and what he does gives him like a lot, and he is doing very, very well. Those are like things you can make from engineering. So yeah, so I will just like this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much everyone for joining. So you can this is a QR code to my portfolio. So from in my portfolio, you can see all my social media links if you go down in the contact list, so you can as well connect with me there. Thank you very much everyone.
Thank you very much, Saka. If any of you have any questions, you can drop it in the chat box. Let me just check the chat box itself.
Yeah, I beg, maybe address the first question we have. I can't see it here on the chat again. Yeah, okay, I can see it now. Emmanuel Akinbade. Seems like we have we'll have a close conversation after this call. Within Chase you go engineering. I pressure. So sorry about that, but can you like unmute yourself to talk about your experience?
Tayo, sorry. The arrangement is we are taking all the questions as one. So like when all the speakers have spoken, then everybody can now ask their question.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Yeah, so that like everybody will be on the same page, and it's now like a round table kind of thing. Yeah. So you can Osas, move on to the next person.
Okay, no problem. So is Chidima on the call? Chidima, if you're on the call, please can you signify? I don't think she's on the call. Oh, Chidima. Okay, she's on the call. Oh, so our next speaker is Chidima. Her full name is. Please, can you stop sharing your screen now? You can stop sharing your screen now, Saka. And then our next speaker is Chidima. Let me do your introduction now. Chidima Idioma Ogunleye is a robotics research assistant at Scotland Robotics LLC, which skills in mechanical design product design and development, and robotics. She's particularly drawn to mechanical design for robotics and design for manufacturing, exploring how thoughtful design transforms idea into practical and tangible solutions. She's a first-class mechanical graduate of the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and currently works on mobile robotics at Scott Robotics, where she applies mechanical design, system integration, robot simulation, and development skills in building innovative robot solutions using Scottlebot. Chidima's design philosophy is rooted in intentionality, clarity, and function with a focus on building robotic systems that work reliably outside the lab. At this event, she will speak on mechanical design in robotics, sharing the design journey behind her project, Agibot, and how thoughtful mechanical design bridges ideas into real working machines. Chidima, you have the floor.
Please let's give Chidima a round of applause. Please let's give her a round of. I did not see enough reactions. Please let's give her a round of applause, please. I want to see reactions. I want to see the claps. I want to see the everything. I want to see it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, I had to be extra. Chidima, you're welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. First of all, I'm very excited to be here, and it's a pleasure to really be amongst engineers. Let me put it that way. So we'll just be having. I'll just be talking. I have no slides. I thought this was an interactive session. So today we'll be talking about why I chose engineering, my journey in engineering so far, lessons I have to share, and what I'm doing currently. So, good day everyone again. My name is Chidima Ogude. I'm a mechanical engineer focused on building intelligent robotic systems, and it's a pleasure to be here once more. So, to start with, why did I choose engineering? Um, Being a lady, first of all, people would always come with, I mean, why mechanical? Even if you're doing engineering, why did you even choose mechanical engineering? But the truth is, I never wanted mechanical to start with. I've always wanted to study mechatronics, but because as at the time when I wrote JAM, there wasn't mechatronics was not accredited in FUTO, so I had to like go for mechanical because they said it was related and I had to do my research. But then I got to fall in love with mechanical at some point because I had to like find it relatable, understand how it works, what it applies to, and all of that. So first of all, I already had passion for robotics, and I knew that after studying mechanical, I'm obviously going to go for a master's in robotics. So I just had to keep that dream alive by putting in the effort, learning and building. And also another thing has to be my desire to build. I've always loved to build stuff. When I was in 100 level starting out, I used to work with my senior colleagues. They normally build stuff, especially their Panaya projects. And then sometimes I'm always around when they are 3D printing stuff or trying to do one of these things together, or they're organizing events in school. So the desire to build was a continuous process, was something that kept on growing. And then finally, I love hardware. I don't know, I hated programming from start until I understood that I needed to learn programming for robotics. That was why I just had to like, will I say force myself to learn it? Yes. You may be wondering why I said I hated programming and I'm doing robotics. I love the mechanical design aspect of things. I can stay awake for a long time designing than programming. So I was able to resonate with mechanical design more than the programming aspect of things. So in essence, I didn't just want to study. I always wanted to like have something built, like I can see what is being programmed. So the aspect of programming I even did not like was the software engineering, all those back end, front end, because that was what most people were doing in my school. So my journey so far, when I started out, I started out in 100 level as someone who wanted to make first class. That was just, it was not even like an end goal because I had no option than to make first class because, I mean, I was always so smart, right? From secondary school, I used to represent my school in competitions, we take Olympiads and all of that. So, like, I just knew, oh, university, it has to be first class. But then I wanted something different. I wanted to actually work on projects to build because I used to see my neighbors, those that have entered university, then they used to build stuff, like that were older than me. So I was like, oh, this thing that doing was fun. So I wanted to also have to build those kind of things. So I went from being a scholar to wanting to actually venture into hardware. So after the whole process of having to not be in mechatronics department and certainly for mechanical. So what I did was to explore mechanical in full. I explored the manufacturing aspects of mechanical engineering, the design aspects, the energy and heat transfer systems aspect of things, whereby you would have to understand e-cooling and all of those things. So I had to explore different aspects of mechanical engineering, understand the parts that was related to robotics engineering, because I mean, I wanted to always have structured learning, although it was not available at the time being. But then starting out, I didn't have a laptop. So that was COVID period. I then said, okay, what am I going to use this period to do? Because I didn't have a laptop, I paused engineering for a while and I ventured into writing and design, graphics design. So I used to be a writer at some point. I love to write. So from writing, I was able to understand documenting, aligning things to get together and all of that. Then finally, when I got a laptop, I started with CAD. I love CAD. I took training courses. Those times, I think after the strike, when some companies came to our school, that was the Narrative Card in Lagos and Clinton and Abia State. They came to our school to organize trainings. So I always attended the trainings. They organized trainings on product development, CNC machining, 3D printing, and I took interest in 3D printing because it was just fun. And I mean, seeing what you design come to life immediately. I mean, I think that was the dead end for programming for me until we had another strike and I had to like be at home. Then I saw a scholarship which was supposed to train girls on embedded systems. Then from the scholarship, I got to then understand what embedded systems was about because the scholarship was to give us a small kit for us to build a project. So on that project, I had to learn about project management because I was assisting the main project manager and standing in for her when she was not available. Aside project management, I had to also understand how to build a project, even though as at then, it was really, really vague because everything was new. Learning about electronics, understanding what works and what does not work, troubleshooting, all of those things at that point was vague. But as time went on, I decided to like venture into robotics proper. So because of the fact that I had to like do a lot of research and I knew that okay, being that I'm doing embedded systems now, it means this is more like a foundational step for me. So from there on, after building the project, we built like a small weather station. It was a mini project. Then we also did the presentation alongside. So after then, I continued with my craft. But then I then found it I found it quite tough on the balancing aspect where I had to balance my side learning, school, and then my card too. But then that was not just much of an issue until 400 level and final year. So aside that, I took online courses as well, online courses on Arduino programming on Udemy, and also I attended this internship they did in school. There was this guy that started one startup, Conrad Robotics. I started my internship with him. That was as at my 300 level. before I went on IT. So throughout those periods, I was trying different things. I got my Arduino kit, my own personal one this time, and which had more sensors. And also, there are friends in school, my classmates. Some of them were my classmates, while some were in other departments. So we came together and built projects. I think at that point we were able to just build two projects, of which one of it was a self-balancing robot. So I think because of the cost of materials at that point, building hardware projects were kind of expensive, and also the delay in timing, because if you plan that you're supposed to finish this project in a month, because of shipping shipping delays and all of that, you get to like have to postpone some things, and maybe if exams are around the corner, you just have to wait. So there was just a lot of back and forth. The path was not really so defined like that. So, but then at least we did build project, and having a circle like that helped me so much. Then another thing has to be me participating in a lot of events, because at that point, for my 300 level, I started participating in events. I was organizing events. Then I was director of research in my department. So we normally organize embedded systems events and all of those things. So after 300 level, 200 level, went on IT. Then final year was when I worked on my final year project. We worked on a drone that that detects diseases in cereal crops. So while I worked on the hardware aspect of things, my teammates, they worked on the machine learning. The only thing I did there was to train, by the way. So it was actually a fun thing to do. But then, to be very sincere, it was not that easy, because a lot of things came in place. Aside the delays and the cost of things, sometimes there was a lot of confusion on what to do. I found myself falling into the Arduino trap, whereby at some point I was tired of the Arduino, and my friend got an ESP32 board and then told me about it. So we started working on the self-balancing robot as at then. And then he did the whole PID algorithm. I did the whole design of the chassis, and then we built it. And okay, I was more like, okay, this is not Arduino I'm working with. And I also had to like have this anxiety of, okay, now I'm done with Arduino and ESP32. What am I going to be doing next? But then along the line, I found out something very interesting, because sometimes when you're working on these things, you may feel like, oh, I'm supposed to have this knowledge, but I don't know what I'm doing. But what I found out is that as you grow and as you explore, you actually figure things out. So for the part of balancing academics, skill building, I think it was more of priority, because I mean I cannot afford to not graduate to the first class, because that was just that was just it for me. And besides that, I just still needed to ensure that I'm still in check with what I'm doing. So I had to prioritize where necessary. I had to drop some leadership positions because I was doing a lot. That was as at final year, and I think it was just the best thing I did. So would I choose engineering again? Yes, I will, over and over, because I don't know, without engineering, I don't think I would want to study anything. I love to build stuff, and I mean, but then the only thing is that choosing it again, I'll do better. I would have to like go with better direction and structured learning. And then I would focus without the shiny object syndrome. So, I mean, you may ask, what is the shiny object syndrome? I know I used to have diverted focus. I mean, if I do embedded systems today, tomorrow I'm trying to learn the cloud aspect of things. Not that it's not related, but I figured out that at some point I was not really having like focus on one thing. And that was really going to be a big changer for me if I did focus. So I think if I had to choose engineering again, I would move with more direction. I won't waste time on things that does not align with my path. So when it comes to my advice to young people coming up, oh well, first of all, I would say don't rely on school alone. Your lecturers, your lecturers are very important. They are key factors if you are able to leverage the opportunity of being close to some of the lecturers you have in school, right? But then why I'm saying you should not rely on it alone is because some people tend to focus on just academics and then they graduate empty. Sorry if that is so harsh, but I mean it happens. Some people just focus on, oh, I'm studying engineering and that's the end. They don't really have the skills it takes. They don't understand what having real world experience looks like. Then also, if I'm to advise, I would also say you should start building early, explore, but then try and pick a direction on time. Although it can be quite hard, it can be confusing at first, but if you're exploring, you get to understand what you like and what you don't like. Take for example, I used to identify as an embedded systems engineer until I had to understand that see this mechanical, I love it. Like there's if you wake me up tomorrow and tell me, oh, design this thing, I can be able to stand up without even giving you any reason to design, right? But as at then I thought it was embedded systems that was it for me until I was building a project that required me to understand digital signal processing. I can never forget. And I'm like, God, what is this thing? I didn't even do EE to start with. Like, what am I going to learn for your series? Because I mean, okay, and I also took a course and it was an eye opener for me, which made me understand that okay, this is my strength and I have to like stick with it. And also for robotics, I understood that for core robotics, you may not necessarily need to deal with the whole low level programming aspect of things. So I mean that was it for me. So if I didn't explore, if I was just like, okay, I'm going to take this course, I'm going to learn this, I'm going to learn this, it wouldn't have really resonated well. And then it's important to understand that the projects you build are more than your certificates. And then there's difference between certificates and certifications, right? So the project gives you an edge because if you build a project and you actually put it in your portfolio, someone that has projects in their portfolio with their CV and someone that just has certificates of courses they've taken, between the both of them, they would actually employ someone with a project and portfolio, not just about employment, even about getting gigs. So people always emphasize on taking courses here. Yes, very good. But your projects and things you've worked on, what you can be able to do will help you stand out. So another thing has to be mentorship. Mentorship is one thing I really lacked when I started because I stay in the East, and in the East here, especially in most states, we don't find hubs around at all. Before you even find where you can really learn, it's hard. People know Imo State for a place where there are more hotels than normal businesses. So it was really hard finding places to learn, places to do hands-on. And I could not travel because I mean I was still in school. So it was when I said I think it was the end of my university days and also after school that I got access to some people that are guiding me. And yeah, so mentorship helped me a lot when I found my mentors because those things you think you know and those things you think are what you're supposed to do may not actually be true. So a mentor is someone that has gone before you. So when you submit to a mentor and actually understand things from your mentor, you're able to go far because I mean the person has walked that path before you. So I think getting a mentor is very, very important, not just for the whole engineering thing. The mentor also help you to navigate the soft skills aspect of things. I mean, how you're supposed to respond, how you're supposed to deal with clients and all of that. Because I mean, me on my own end, I've made a lot of mistakes, and if not that I did not discuss with my mentor at some point, I would have flopped a lot of things. Then finally, I would say consistency is very important. Honestly, in my own journey, I've had times whereby I have stopped my learning journey and then continued after some time. Sometimes it could be because of exams, it could be because I actually participated in this competition or this event organization or something, and then I just pause. But even though that would have been a good reason, but sometimes I notice that when I stop something, I'd have to go back to actually pick up some part of those things I stopped, like more like starting afresh. So aside that, when you're consistent, you're able to build up layer by layer. You're getting better every single day, and I mean, you don't even know where your next opportunity is going to be from. Finally, I would say try to be visible. To be so honest, while visibility is something I'm working on at some point, I would say, because sometimes I think when I started, I didn't like posting anything. But from the last few posts I made, I was able to like get some gains from it. I did get some gains from it, and I think that was like a big game changer for me. So consistency is important. Putting yourself out there is important. Participating in activities. When you participate in hackathons, competitions, it helps. I remember in 2023, I was supposed to actually join the people that was supposed to go for the Nigerian Games competition. I mean, I think we came second place, was supposed to join them. But the only problem there was we had the exams and they expected us to write to our dean so that our exams would be postponed. So that being 300 level, 300 level was a very critical year. So it was not something we could risk because the week for the competition was supposed to be the same week for writing exam. Aside that, we also I also participated in some other competitions in school, the shell quiz and all of that. So all of those activities helped me a lot because they helped me understand how things work, how to work under pressure and all of that. So putting yourself out there, being engaged in useful activities that align with your focus is very important. So in everything, I think what I'm going to say is that engineering can be demanding, but you are equal to the task, no matter what, and no matter how bad you feel about yourself. Even if it's something that you force yourself to do, you will always figure it out. But then I would really say that you should understand yourself, understand your capabilities, explore, and then know what you want. Thank you.
Reactions. Thank you very much, Chidima. We really appreciate that. Was an amazing session. More
Thank
reactions, guys.
you.
Next up, we have we have we have Bikel. Bikel. Let me keep writing chat. So next up we have Bikel. So let me read this intro. Is he on the call? Let me check. I think I saw him earlier.
He's on the call.
Okay, yeah. He's on the call. So his introduction. Bikel is a world-class robotics engineer whose work sits at the intersection of autonomy, intelligence, and real-world deployment. An Erasmus Mundus scholar with elite training across Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Greeks, the Czech Republic, and the Czech Republic. Becker represents the highest tier of engineering excellence. He graduated as the best engineering student, earned a double master's degree in advanced marine and autonomous systems, and has built a global reputation by mastering robotics where it actually matters in the field, under pressure, and at scale. At the professional level, Becker operates where most engineers never reach. As a senior robotics engineer at Bear Tech Corporation in the United States, he leads multi-robot mission control, autonomous navigation, and ROS2 systems, powering real industrial deployment. From autonomous underwater vehicles to intelligent ground and aerial robots, Becker builds full-stack robotic systems from embedded hardware and control theory to cloud orchestration and digital twins. His record speaks for itself. top rated globally, but 94% job success, trusted to unblock complex robotics problems and deliver working system fast. What really sets Beckel apart is range and obsession. He doesn't just know robotics, he lives inside the stack. Across two embedded systems, computer vision, reinforcement learning, simulation, control, hardware, and cloud. He builds he views robots from circuit to simulation to deployment, documents them, teaches them, and mentors others to do the same. Today at this event, you're not just here for theory or hype, you're here to learn from an engineer who executes relentlessly and raises the bar for what engineers can build on a global stage. Thank you very much. Beckel, you have the floor. Let me add my reactions. Hey.
Hello, good evening. Am I audible?
Yes, yeah, audible.
Okay. All right. So let me share my screen. So and can I also see my screen?
You can see your screen. You can see your screen. Hey.
That's me actually. Okay. Okay, so today we're not going to be doing so much thoughts on robotics. Okay? We are going to be talking about challenges, lessons, and motivations. And when Princess was sort of organizing this, she, as you can see, everybody here talked about one thing about their story or the other, or their journey or things like that. And the thing is, in robotics or in every other field, I believe it's not really all about your technical knowledge. It's not all about knowing this thing. There are different things that come up along the way that test more than just technicality. We have things like your productivity rates. You could know something, you might not know how to be productive about it. Your consistency matters. There are people that are very, very good, but they also have problem with continuing to do something like continually, like they start, they stop, they start, they stop, but they are very good. There are also people with ADHD, unfortunately, and well, we'll also talk about that. Now, there are also other factors like emotional strength, because at times we always talk about, I mean, we organize workshops, we talk about how to get this thing done from a technical point of view, how to learn programming, how to learn robotics, how to apply it, how to do all of this. But at the end of the day, it's only the robot that is devoid of emotions. You have your own emotions. If a robot develops faults, if you run that robot 1,000 times over and over again, every time you run it, it would be ready or at least be willing to accept your commands or something like that. But you as a human being, you cannot fire yourself up 100,000 times every single time and turn up the same way. So these are things that I am trying to come and talk about today. Okay, so we're not going to be teaching programming or saying much. Now, for people that have either been to my workshop, for people that have probably spoken with me on a deeper level, or even somehow sees my WhatsApp status or my tweets, I get along, or I overcome all these challenges using quotes. And that might sound counterintuitive actually, but I use quotes to get by everyday activities. This quote just sort of makes me remember why I started doing something in the first place, and sort of makes me remember that, okay, there are actually like better days. I'm trying to go to the next slide. Hold on just a minute. Just a minute, let me just sort out why my PC is frozen. Oh, okay, apologies. Up to rough start. My PC just froze for some reasons. And then, okay, so as I was saying, I was highlighting the challenges that we face in robotics, from emotional to our own behavioral attitudes, like probably not being consistent and all of those things. And I was explaining how I use quotes, how I read to sort of overcome these things. So I've sort of developed this habit of saying certain powerful phrases to myself, to others, to people that like walk around me. And sometimes these phrases just catch on. Okay. I sort of think of them. Again, I read a lot, and there's this period in my life where I read a lot of psychological books. I read a lot of philosophy, a lot of everything. So somehow these quotes come to mind and I say them, and they actually help me to get by. All right. And that's what I've actually come to share. Now, first of all, the quote assumes that we are all Nigerians, because most of them are in Pidgin. Yeah, most of them are actually in Pidgin. The first one I usually say a lot is rugged is a state of mind. And at times, this actually challenges the question, what do you do when you face challenges? There's an example that I can give. There was a particular job that we took on. This job was between I and Piatek, which is there's one US company that wanted to do mission controllers for robots. And at one point in time, that job burnt me out. Like every single day, we're having stand-ups twice a week, and usually stand-ups are usually probably once in 2 weeks or once a month or things like that. But they were running at times 10 the speed because they wanted to get results. We're having stand-up twice a week. I dreaded every Wednesday during that project. I dreaded Wednesdays, I dreaded Sundays, because I know I have to give something, I have to deliver something. Then alongside this, I was also doing my master's, and during that period, I had my examinations to also write. So it was a lot actually doing robotics and writing my exams. And again, if my exams were probably related to robotics, then it would have been a bit more easier, right? But my master's is in naval architecture or marine engineering, whichever you know it as. That's engineering for ships. So it's sort of, you have to be very good at two distinct fields in order to even get on with your day or meet up with your life. And at the end of the day, I don't know how to quantify, or I don't know how to relate it to you, how strong you have to be to get by. It's look, the difficulty of life at times is undermined, right? There are times that we think it's actually easy to do all these things until we actually get into that phase and actually face it. There are people that actually just shut off, right? They just say, for example, you are learning robotics, you've met some kind of challenges, it's a bit too hard. There are people that their first instinct is their brain will just to log off, right? To stop whatever is causing that stress. But now, if you've heard somebody that say, okay, somebody is rugged, or somebody is dogged, somebody has this, like this ginger, somebody is not going to back down. That is something that I feel everybody should try and incorporate in their own life, because if you were running from every single challenges that you meet, which of those challenges would you now overcome? Like you say, okay, yeah, this is going to be part of your story, or this is going to be I was literally, I have a very, I'm a very stubborn person, to put it, to be very straightforward. I remember the first robotic competition that I went to, it was in Greece. And I had exams in Spain, which is my school. Now, my examination was for naval architecture. And in Greece, I had to be present for the competition. But because this competition was not in my field, my school did not really approve of it. Right? But you know, one thing, I was like, okay, no, allowed, I would go in any case. Because what's the worst thing that will happen is they're going to fail me for the exam, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to write it. That is a challenge that I faced in the most rugged way, because I could have as well just left that competition and just did my exam. I'm not telling you guys to not write your exam, but I'm painting a picture. Because when I went for that competition, that was the first competition I went to. That was the first international competition I won. And as a result of winning that competition, I got invitations to several countries, including France. I got job offers. And I went there, and when they asked which university am I representing, clearly I said my university, but I am not from the robotics department. But one thing about Europe is it's so much connected, but somehow they linked it to a professor of robotics in the same university, which, by the way, I don't really know him that much. And then he also became my friend because I won, and some part of the glory is being shared by the professors in your university and things like that. And that's how I became friends with a professor that offered me a PhD and things like that. But I want to let you know that if I had gone to write, if I just wrote my examinations, I would have not created this enormous pathway that I created for myself by winning that competition. Okay, because like life is full of very, very difficult choices, and you have to make those choices. This is not even about which resistor to use or which components to use for your project. This is actually real life stuff that affects both the robotics you are learning. Like, I remember that there was one of my interns that took excuse from working as an intern to focus on his exams. That's okay, that's good. I don't have a problem with that. But more often than not, you would run into cases in real life where you would have no choice than to actually face both problems head on. So you cannot have the choice of dropping one thing and focusing fully on that thing. If I'm to actually extend this thing, I can extend this thing to the point where, you know, there's this problem that everybody, like, let me paint the picture, because it's something that people know very well. You know, those rich people, those rich the rich kids, as we call them, or the rich kids that are spoiled. And we have this mindset that, or rather, the situation is that their parents are not always available for them. Their parents are not always there to, you know, guide them. You know, for example, now we that probably your parents was not as busy as these rich people's parents. Your parents was always there to flog you, always there to correct you, always there to put you in order. So when you come out and you see these rich people that, or some rich people that have this upbringing defects, you tend to see them as spoiled brats. Now, this problem doesn't really stem from them, but from their parents, because their parents is so whatever they are doing that they cannot really take care of the children, that they sort of neglected the children. That kind of problem comes from inability to balance two things at the same time, or balance multiple things at the same time. And that problem stems from long-lasting decisions to always pick one thing and focus on it and abandon the rest. Because I do not know how you cannot do both your examinations and simple internship tasks at the same time. But I'm not someone that is strict. So what am I going to do? I'm going to give you that permission. Do whatever you please. But always looking for comfort at every intersection of problems. will just weaken your ability to do things like better. Because now these rich people, or rather some rich people, they are so busy with their work that they do not know how to create time for their children. Their excuse is they are busy. But if when they were younger, they did not always choose the comforts of excusing other tasks in order to focus on other tasks, they would have not built that kind of brain that can only do one thing at the same time. I don't know if I'm communicating, because look, it actually annoys me. But for example, if you tell me, for the interns that are probably present, if you tell me, Bakel, I'll not be able to do this today, I have an exam next week, I'll tell you no problem. And I'll do it myself. And it's very funny that there is no task that goes undone. If you can't do it, I will do it, regardless of how busy you think I am. To me, I don't see it as a problem. I see it as more training. Because you cannot tell me life is not something that you look for convenience at every point in time. Now, I might probably look back on this. There are 11 more codes to go through, so let me not spend all my time here. The second one is now all of us gathered there. Now, this is a question I asked. Is there anything like self-built? So I sit back here and I'm listening to people reading my bio, and there was something he said in my bio, and I was like, I've been to Netherlands. I was like, oh yeah, I was actually in Netherlands. And then sometimes you look back at your journey, and when they read your bio, they do not read the people that sponsored those things or the people that helped you on those things. So you feel the illusion that you are good, you've achieved. You feel that illusion that, okay, yeah, you built something for yourself. Send me your $10. He wrote book, how to make it from whatever, no wahala. But when your $10 did not really tell you guys that, okay, his father, like, they already had enough money or something. I think somewhere in the book he stated that he was loaned $250 US, or $250,000 US, and if you loan me that amount of money, I'm going to make it sooner. I'm not saying he didn't do enough work, but I am saying that there's nothing like self-built. On my orientation class, which happened last week at the workshop, somebody said that, how did I learn embedded system on my own or by myself? And the first thing I asked is, do you really learn anything by yourself? Like, do you really think? I mean, people say, oh, I'm a self-learner, blah blah blah. Okay, that's quite all right. Okay, we understand what you're trying to say is you googled YouTube, you maybe did some, but you sort of arrange everything by yourself. It's okay, but be honest to yourself. If that Indian guy did not put that tutorial on YouTube, if you did not see any page on Google that talked about it, can you really learn it? So even the people that claim they learned programming all by themselves, you did put in the work all by yourself, but at some point in time, there were people that provided these resources directly or indirectly. Now that brings me to the idea of now all of us gathered here. Community growth. See, I'm the kind of person that, if I'm being, sorry for the noise, if I'm being honest with you, I did it severally in school. I can choose to play all the semester from the beginning. You might not even see me in class. And then I'm going to, the night before the exam, I'm going to carry the handout and I'll lie down and I'll be flipping through it. And I'll go and write the exam and I'll pass. Like, I can do that for myself. And I can do that alone and I can pass. So for me to pass is not the problem. But when I was in school, I was usually referred to as the hood first class, right? Our school, FUPRI, we always have the people that, once they're first class, their first class is for them, it's for their pockets. Like, first class is for their pockets. Like, they call them redeem. Sorry for the church, calling the church, but it's not really the church, but like these kind of people that they don't really stand on any other person. They play the front seat, right?
Yeah.
And then it was me. This mic is on. Sunny,
Hello, Emma. Hello.
please always mic is on.
I've muted it. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, so and then there was me that people always refer to as good first class because I I cared more about carrying people along than even doing my things, right? So there was time I was looking for jobs for my friends and I was actually giving them jobs. And then this guy, Martins, anyway, Martins, he asked me and he said, why are you like you are actively looking for a job for me? What about yourself? Like, and I'm like, yeah, I don't actually have problem because I believe I don't have problem. I deep down believe that I have everything that I can need to succeed. So I should probably just help people around me. And that was what I told to him. That was my idea. Now, let me see something that happened. From my 200 level all the way to final year, I organized free tutorials. I would come for every single course that we had. I would organize free tutorials like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, free of charge and everything. And people come and learn and do all of that. I enjoyed doing it. I enjoyed helping people out. But something now happened. I got Erasmus Mundus scholarship in 2020, in 2023, I think. But the problem was our school is kind of terrible. They had not yet done convocation, so we did not have certificates. I did not have certificates. There were a lot of people that could not redeem their scholarships from my school because of that thing. And out of nowhere, I actually saw how so many people rallied for me. Like people left different states that they were to visit, to go back to school. I had the SUGs, and I didn't even. All I did was I told one of my friends that that this is what I'm going through. That school actually told Erasmus that they cannot do certificates, and meaning maybe I should apply next year. It also means to get an Erasmus, as difficult as that one is, as pressure as it is, and your university is telling you that you are rushing, apply next year. I remember they called me from admin block, and they said that they don't think what I did was necessary. I didn't do anything. People stood up for me. People flooded the school. People flooded my HOD's office. People said lie, that there's no how this boy will not collect the certificate. And that had to be one of the most confrontational, like one of the most dramatic things that has happened. Simply because I acknowledge that I am not self-built and I help people out. You see that we had a 1 day. This event is a 1 day event, but we created a group for it. We grew together and we grew very well when we grew together. We all have something to contribute to each other. That's the idea. Now the third one is so much to do, so little time. I think I post this like every 2 minutes. But as I just open my laptop, as I just see the work to do, I'll be like, God, I'll just look at the amount of things that I have to do. And this asks you, how do you use your time? I cannot fathom when people say, I'm bored or, oh, I have free time. First of all, let's assume you have long life and you are promised 100 years on earth, like 100 years. Let's assume you have long life. And out of that 100 years, you've listened to the researchers. By the way, I don't buy the idea. And they tell you you must sleep for 8 hours, which is 1/3 of that life, which is 1/3 of the day. And then you are comfortable. You've slept away 8 hours of your life for 100 years. You've slept 30 years. First, you don't have time. You've slept out 30 years of your life, first of all. And then even after sleeping out 1/3 of your life, you still say you are bored or you have free time. Do you know that there's so much thing to do? Like there are far more productive things to do, far more than the times that you have, far more than the amount of time that you have. You would think, okay, and that's one thing about school. School gives you this syllabus, probably like 11 weeks or 20 something weeks, I don't know. And then if you finish that syllabus quick enough, you say, okay, you have free time, you can play around, you can do that. But in the real life, that learning never stops. So inside that thing that you know, another thing is still there inside where you don't know. So sometimes when you actually stretch out the things that you have to do, you find out that there is actually so much to do and you never have time for it. I have a to-do list, and every single day I never really meet up. I'm always borrowing from my future, always borrowing tomorrow, rolling over things. And I'm not saying you must be a very busy person, but I'm saying that if you can sit down and press your phone for 2 hours without doing anything, then there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with your schedule. Even if you tell me that, Bakel, I've finished everything that I want to do, I've written my exam, I'm on first class, I'm on this one, and you have excessive time that you're not really putting into good use, please borrow me the time, I beg you. The point is, you would always, if you're actually someone that wants to be productive, there's always something to learn, there's always something to do. The first thing is, in God, gold, and grind. Now, where exactly do you root your trust? Now, most people that work at Aurora are Muslims. I just found out, okay, I was just thinking of it one day and I was like, there are a lot of Muslims. So, okay, so if it's Allah, agreed. In God, replace it with whatever you believe in. There is no form of discrimination. But always understand that life is probably more spiritual than physical. If you do believe that, fine. If you don't believe that, it's fine. That's not what we're talking about today. But where exactly do you root your trust? And in whatever you root that your trust, ensure that it's actually valid, like actually solid. Okay, you're not going to put your trust in something that would probably fail. Now, gold, basically, I like money. I'm going to say it. I'm not going to lie. We would have not gotten as far as we did if we didn't have money of some sort. And everything that we do, almost everything that we do, at some point in time, we expect returns. And then in grind, I believe in hard work. And if you actually want to, like, if you do not believe, there are people that say, does the process know that we are trusting it? Now, whether the process know or the process does not know, I'm going to invest my time in that process, right? Because I believe that there is no hard work that would be lost. You see this grind of a thing. If grind should ever repay you, if your hard work should pay you, right? Maybe you do something with your hand, you put your brain into use, you get paid. You are going to sort of enjoy doing it. Again, it has to be something you're passionate about. The person that said he's not passionate about engineering, that said in the beginning of the call, I don't know, because if you're not passionate about it and you're getting paid, you probably get tired of it along the line. That's something that I'm very sure of. Now, the fifth one, I definitely cannot exclude. So this is literally our quote: move with intent, leave nothing to chance. Now, this questions how you approach things. Are you sure that this robotics you are doing, are you sure you are going to really do it to the end? Are you sure that you are going to leave no stones unturned? Are you sure that once you start this thing, you are going to die put? Like, it's either you are mastering this thing or you are not. Like, intention, when they say intentional man in a relationship, people will know what it means. I don't know what it means. I know what intention means in robotics, and we see it every time. If you're intentional about something, you will. There are stories that I share to people that know me personally that I probably will not share outside. But the intentionality you have to put to be very good at something is highly underestimated. Look at Saka. Saka has slept inside gutter for robotics. He's not going to say, but he has slept inside gutter for robotics. We've slept in airports. We've slept on tiles. We've done, I kid you not, we've gone broke. 1 minute, you have a couple of millions. The next minute, you're asking your friend for Gary. That's how it is. Saka can win how many million from competition. The next morning, everything don't turn to tools. You've seen laptop, you've seen different form of equipment here and there. The amount of intention that we put into this thing is sort of wild. Like, it's very wild. We're not leaving anything to chance. If we're doing something, we ensure that we have two-factor authentication. Like, it's either it works or it works. We're either giving it, It's like we're not even doing it at all. Like, we prefer not to even do it at all than we'll do it and then think with a shake leg. Now, the sixth part is cut or come. How open are you to challenges? So how we say Bewajo, say bring or come. At the end of the day, I mean, listen to Chidima's story. Chidima said that she hated programming, but she had to do it. She could as well just decide and say, all I want to do is to model the robots. I just want to be modeling the robots. Nothing will concern me with programming. But do you know how well you limit yourself? You now limit yourself to just that. Okay, so if work now come and maybe most of the work you are seeing is on software and AI and things like that, you're not going to pivot. The world is extremely dynamic for you to remain static. The world is so dynamic, and like for you to say, okay, this is the only thing I want to do, and then you want to swear by it and say, okay, be open to things, be open to new challenges, bring all jobs. The one who will know, we will learn on that day, or we'll find with one. That's how Saka started doing PCB design. It was literally my front. Saka started doing PCB design because he got a job on it or something like that. At the end of the day, there is almost no job that you're 100% prepared for. Bring or come, you will learn on the job. Now, you have to be open to challenges. The seventh one is on how we are active. I usually say this as a reply. As you message me around 1 a.m., say back how far you did, I've replied to you on how we're active. Now, on how we're active is more like a reply than a quote, because it tells you that, see, I'm available like a day. So people ask me, say, okay, how far would the class still hold? Say, no, now we're active. Class will hold. Are you consistent with what you do? Like, are you actually consistent with whatever it is you are doing? If you say you're going to make yourself visible, please try and be consistent with it. So if you make posts today, you make posts tomorrow, make posts next tomorrow, ensure that you're actually consistent with it, because nobody would want to work with someone that is like fluctuating. Even your light bulb does not work with fluctuating current. Like it goes on, it goes off, it goes on. Even if you get tired, you turn it off. So at the end of the day, you have to be active if you are doing things. Not to even mention when you are working with people and then you are doing a lot of things. People are expecting much from you, are expecting this, expecting that. In robotics, you have to be active, right? Even the robot itself, you demand them to be active. So what about you? The eighth one is provided brain no spoil. You really get to your limits. Like, are you really sure you're at your limits? Do you Eniola is the youngest intern at Aurora. Eniola would say, how does he say it? Eniola would say he looks for his limits so that I can push it. So he's going to continue looking, although I mean I forgot one, pushing past the limits. But again, let's leave that down. Eniola would tell you that he has to look for that limit. When he sees that limit, he's going to push that limit. So how did we people will say that I have an insane work ethic, or I work very well, I work very hard. Do you know how Dangote works? But people know very little about that. Dangote's work ethics is very, very bad. Like, his work ethics borders more on unhealthy. But people see just the wealth of these men, because that's what like covers everything. But these men are actually far more hardworking than the average. I hate it when people hate on the rich people and like, oh, they are rich people. Yes, they are rich. Do you know what they need to get there? I mean, at least the ones that did genuine things. Elon Musk has to take very, very strong opioids, very strong medications to keep up with his stress. Dangote alone, see, look how emaciated Dangote look. Tony Cole, if you know Tony Cole is like this nice legend. You've seen when he was passing through stress, very premature gray hair. My point is, provided your brain no spoil, I believe you've not gotten to your limit. I'm not saying you should go and damage yourself, but I'm telling you that a lot of people are lazy. A lot of people are lazy. I'm not even going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And they are just going to do something for like 2-3 hours and then you call it. Can't imagine that Coursera would tell you if you dedicate 20 hours per week to study, you're above the 90-something%, like, because they assume 20 hours per week is a lot of time. If you go on Udemy, the same thing. And you buy the idea and you say, okay, 20 hours a week. 20 hours a week is less than 4 hours per day. And then I'm talking to you guys as students. No, there's people that have jobs, right? They have to go to job, they have to go to work, they have to come back, they have other things they are doing. As probably a student, 100 level, 200, 300 level, 400 level. Let's assume you're not working. Right? What else do you do with your time? Right? If you want to learn something, you could as well just devote like 8 hours. Take breaks, because like these things really matter. I know that everybody is different. That's why I'm not really putting a figure on this thing, right? You know your own limits. If you are being honest with yourself, you know that okay, maybe you're underdoing certain things, right? Provided your brain no spoil, you are good to go. Like the worst thing that can happen to a man, and how does everyone say it? The worst thing if happen to man as he finish. If you are not yet at that failing point, or like you are not, provided you're not going to that yield point, you can always like regain your original form. You can always rest and regain your original form. Hooke's law. Now the 9th and the 10th one is sleep is for the weak. Be strong, sleep not. I don't advise this, right? But if your camera is clear enough to look at my eyes, you see I'm probably very stressed and my eyes are closing. I don't advise this, but you do not expect to see ridiculous growth if you do not put in ridiculous amount of work. So people from afar would look at how far Aurora has come in less than how many months. We started in August, so it's probably less than 6 months, and then look at how far we've gone. We've gotten over like 6,000 followers in like all our this thing. We've gotten a lot of reach and everything, and you think that's normal work. Like we're always active. You look on our workshop group. There's no time you message and somebody will not be there to answer you. Like message by 11, message by 1, message by 2, 3, 4. You do not have to give in to so much sleep at this point in your life. I'm not going to lie to you. What have you achieved that you are sleeping? To me, I feel sleep should be something that should be done if it's necessary, not recreationally. You should not be recreationally sleeping. Like you enjoy sleep. You sleep your 6 hours, your 8 hours finish at night. You reach afternoon, you still sleep your 3 hours. And you say you enjoy sleeping. I don't know about it. Everybody is different, okay? Sleep is important when you are very tired, you are very exhausted, and you need to sleep. Yes, your brain cannot function 24/7. You need to shut down at some point. Even that necessary sleep, I don't like my comedy unnecessary sleep. My point is, I say this from the standpoint that so many people are lazy and not willing to put in that work. This kind of work does not happen overnight. See, let's assume you have mad connections, your parents are very wealthy. You can choose to do whatever you want. A lot of these things doesn't apply to you because you already have enough head start in life, right? But not everybody have that head start, right? You now that you know how things stay for house and like this, like saying I go feed house, you would have to probably put in a little more work than somebody that is already very stable or very comfortable. So all these are a few of the things that we need to know, a few of the challenges we go through that we have to overcome, and also how I also overcome them. So if I do feel very tired, I remember that I've said these quotes, right? I remember these things that I've said, and they sort of strengthen me, they sort of give me this ginger that I'm more, we guys proceed, like we know if we stop here, okay? And the thing is, it's always full speed ahead because there's so much to do. Like there's so much to do. You have so little time to do it. It's like always try to get things done as fast as you can. Always try to. I mean, tomorrow is not even Tomorrow is not even guaranteed. You could sleep this night and not wake up tomorrow. At least make the years of your life count. Okay. I hope at least we're able to learn a few things. Okay. This is more of like a motivation session. This is more of like some challenges that I have faced or that I face. These are how I handle it. And above all, thank you very much. It's still YFE's anniversary. They've done really great work in embedded systems. I still remain Bakel Bakel.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Victor.
All right.
So keep clapping, keep clapping. Next up, we have our own founder, Princess. Princess, hi. So let me read her bio quickly. Princess is a mechatronics engineer, embedded system specialist, and one of the most influential young voices shaping practical hardware engineering in Nigeria today. With a bachelor's degree in mechatronics engineering from Apex University, she has built a strong reputation for translating complex engineering theory into real working systems. Her work spans embedded systems, IoT, and Industry 5.0 technology. With hands-on experience, developing intelligent hardware solutions from IoT-based farmland monitoring systems to automation prototypes. Professionally, Princess has held several strategic, technical, and leadership roles that set her apart early in her career. She currently serves as the Technical Assistant Chief Technology Officer at Intel Bulk Solutions, where she contributes directly to advanced embedded systems projects, hardware design, and large-scale engineering initiatives. Beyond industry, she has played key leadership roles as Technical Secretary of the Association of Professional Women Engineers, Abbott Collegiate, Director of Hardware Engineering at the Abbott South Valley Associates, and a lead instructor and member of IE Abbott chapter, where she has trained multiple students through their flagship program, Read a Bot. She is also a seasoned competitor in multiple tech and engineering competitions, consistently demonstrating excellence in execution, teamwork, and innovation. Beyond titles and achievements, Princess is the founder of Your Favorite Engineer Limited, YFE, a fast-growing engineering platform dedicated to grooming the next generation of engineers with clarity, confidence, and real-world competence. Through workshops, mentorship programs, and hands-on training, she's helping undergraduate engineers bridge the gap between academia and industry, ensuring they graduate not just with degrees, but with portfolios, problem-solving abilities, and the courage to build. A fierce advocate for women in STEM and practical engineering education, her mission is clear and to raise a generation of engineers who are seen, valued, and empowered to build solutions that truly matter. Princess, you have the floor. I have tried my best.
Hi guys, good evening.
You look so pretty.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so you guys can see and hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
I'll take it as a yes. All right. So I don't want to take too much of our time because in my head I'm like, oh, we should be done with this by we should be done with this by I think 6:30 or 7. Sha. Yeah. So let me start. I'm sharing my screen now, so let me start my slideshow. Please, can you guys see my screen? Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So once again, I want to thank everybody for making our time to be here today because I don't know, I've been very excited about this because at some point I was even thinking that we're not even going to have it or that we're going to shift it because we just had the International Women's Day thing, I think 3 weeks ago. Was it 3 weeks ago? Yeah, 3 weeks ago. So in my head, I was like, So now start doing publicity is It seems very stressful. But I want to say thank you to everybody for making our time to be here. I want to say thank you to everybody who spread the word about the event. I think I'll do all the benediction after. So let me just get right into it. So it's YFE's anniversary. So I'm going to be sharing our origin story. How did we start? How did me, your favorite engineer, like how did I, Princess, get to where I am? How did YFE start? How did we get to where we are today? So this is your favorite engineer, the origin story by Princess Bamiboye. Yours truly, your favorite engineer. So this is just short table of content and everything. Yeah, just intro, the process, lessons learned, and conclusions, and all of that. Yeah. So I'm going to start with this quote because I don't know, Bakel likes to say quotes a lot. I don't like to say quotes a lot, but I have some certain quotes that based on the situation, I like to bring them. And it doesn't really happen a lot. I think most times I just ginger myself to do it. But I'll start with this one. Never be afraid to dare the impossible because your dreams are valid. Your dreams are valid, so they're definitely worth chasing. Because I know that we live in a country where a lot of people will be like that, oh, just pursue a career just because you want to survive or because you want to make money. But making money should not be your end goal. At the end of the day, if you make money and you are not helping people, if you make money and you are not impacting people's lives, is there really a point to it? So ask yourself that question, then I'll now start. So the introduction, the story of YFE. I'll start with my own story first, and then I'll now go to the story of YFE. So I'll start with, I don't know, everybody here, I think at some point, everybody has spoken here today. Everybody that has spoken here today said that, oh, at some point, like they knew that they wanted to study engineering, they knew that they wanted to study engineering, blah, 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 blah. All right, sorry. Time it for me. Thank you. Okay, so everybody that has spoken on this call today said that at some point, like they knew that they wanted to study engineering. I won't lie to you, I didn't know that I wanted to do engineering till like the year before I was supposed to enter university. So when I was younger, I wanted to become a doctor, like probably 99 or 95% of the population, of all population. Everybody knew that, oh, they wanted to be a doctor because the that was like the it career. It was either you be a doctor or a lawyer. And then bad as it bad, maybe nurse or something. Me, I wanted to be a doctor. And then at so many points in time, I now reason at some point, like towards just 3, I lost interest in it. I don't know what happened. I don't know whether it's because the sight of blood at that time did not really attract me. I don't know whether it was because I don't know what shall happen. I shall just remember that I lost interest in being a doctor. And then along the line, I now said, okay, a few things happened moving like early senior secondary school, and I said, okay, I want to be a psychologist because a lot of people like go through a lot of mental issues and they go through it alone. Some of them don't have God, some of them don't have good friends, and at least like I want to be able to be there for them, to help them. So I wanted to be a psychologist, and then I think I also wanted to be a musician at some point. But I was shy everywhere. Like I didn't really know what I didn't have like that. This like the major thing in my head was, oh, I want to be a psychologist. But then at some point, like my dad did not agree to it, and that time, like if my dad says, "Oh, jump," I will jump. I'll ask him, "Oh, how high?" And then because he did not support me, I said, okay, Todd, that since they want me to do medicine, let me just quickly do the medicine that they want me to do and just go with it and just at least let peace reign. It was in 2020 because after graduating secondary school, I spent a gap year. I spent like a year at home before I now eventually entered university. So when I spent that year, that was after I've already written JAM like the second time. That was when I now realized that, oh, all this while, like I've been good at mathematics, I've been good at physics. Those were always my favorite subjects. Let me study. Why not I study engineering? And I brought it to one of the lesson teachers that I had at the time, who was like our maths teacher, because my parents signed me up for this summer lesson thing in preparation for post UTME and all of that. And I spoke to him about it, and he was like, oh, that he even noticed it, that, oh, in class like this, you write a question on the board. Before he has finished writing the question, I've already answered the question. And I just noticed that, oh, I have passion in this thing. Why not even though like engineering is, of course, engineering is more than mathematics and physics. Engineering is more than mathematics. But I just reasoned it and I was like, oh, why not I just pursue engineering? Yeah, why don't I pursue engineering instead? And my parents, of course, like, they did not agree to it because all this, like, ever since I was younger, I was always saying, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a doctor. Then hearing engineering that is not really a field that a lot of females tend to go into, and they were let's just say that they didn't really like the idea. But then after a lot of talks, after a lot of meetings, after a lot of counseling, and a lot of shouting that, oh, you don't listen to, after a lot of that, I eventually, they didn't agree. I still entered like 100 level, did medicine, and I hated every minute of it. Till eventually, because I hated it, and then plenty things, like my grades slipped a lot, and then they eventually dropped me for medicine. And then when my dad now saw that, oh, okay, they've dropped me, he was even thinking that I did it intentionally. But I did not do it intentionally. Eventually, I shall switch to mechatronics engineering because I wanted to do mechanical initially. The person that I was seeking advice from was saying that, oh, that I'm not physically fit, that I should do electrical. I was like, no, that is mechanical that I want to do. I eventually entered Afe Babalola, and then I now found mechatronics because my dream in life was like, I don't know, for those of us who have watched Big Hero 6, my dream in life was to make like multiple Baymaxes. Yeah, that was my dream. Essentially, robot doctors that do what doctors do, but better, and like make multiple of them, because I had this mindset that if a doctor can be very good and he's the best, I can also be equally as good as an engineer and then replicate that thing that doctor does and then like distribute it across Africa, because I know Africa is going through a lot in some areas. So I was like, oh, if I can do that and replicate it across Africa, I feel like as an engineer, I can do more than what being a doctor will allow me to do. But they were not seeing it. But eventually I got into engineering. I loved the beginning parts, except for exams. When exams and tests now came, I was like, now I have to be a student. I have to I have to be serious with my life. Yeah, so I shall got to that point. I think if you were to see me at that 200 level first semester, I was the most active student because I loved practical. I knew that theory was important, but I was like, theory is not for me. Practical is where I thrive more. And I continued that. And eventually tests came, exams came, again, mental health now dipped again. But I said that, oh, princess, you can't continue saying that, oh, because you do not like something, that's how you now start doing bad and everything. I tried to put in my best. 300 level, I saw my results. It wasn't bad, but I was like, no, this is not the highest of my capacity, because in secondary school, I was topping my class. I was not really getting first, but my own this thing was, oh, second, third. And for those of us who are used to those kind of things, you know that, oh, your parents will not ask you that, oh, the person that came first, do they have two heads? I rest my case. So I was always getting second, third. And I was like, I've cuckoo given up. Not like I was even trying. I was just like, oh, let me just do my best. And if my best is like, oh, I'm getting second, third, I know that I'm shut top 3. So I'm okay with it. They were still giving me prize money in secondary school. I was still collecting the prize money. So Second though, third though, second, no problem. If I'm not getting first, I did not have a problem with it. I eventually came to university and I realized that, oh, the whole go with the flow approach that I was using in secondary school was not going to work. Was not going to work. So I had to double down. And then it was in 300 level that I now said that, oh, by fire by force, princess, like you cannot continue like this and keep saying that, oh, you can't continue like this and keep saying that, oh, you want to be a role model, because I'm the firstborn. And when I was in secondary school, my parents were always telling my siblings that, oh, why can't you be like Prince? I'm not coming to university and then it's now the other way. I said, no, that I can't do that, that I should sit up. I have to sit up. I sat up in 300 level, started taking my academics more seriously. First, my classmates, I don't want to go into that, but my classmates didn't really like the whole this thing because it was like I was doing over savvy. And then a lot of times, like, they would say some very, very funny comments, but I'll be like, you people, me and you people are not going after the same thing. You people can graduate to like 2-2 or like a very low 2-1, and you people, okay, that's not my target. Even if my target was never, I'm not saying it should be like me, but my target was never a first class. So even if my target is not first class, I know my own target, and my target and you people's target is not the same. So if you people want to continue like saying all sorts of nonsense to me, that's your business. Like, just continue, but you're not the one paying my school fees. You're not the one feeding me. You're not the one that will be with me when my parents are seeing my result and they are not happy. Because I know how I felt towards the end of secondary school. I know how I felt at the beginning of university when all of that happened. So I'm not going to allow that to happen again. So I did all of that, 400 level, or the summer leading to 400 level. That was when I started taking my career seriously. And for those of us who like follow the content that I released for the Gen Z Legacy Conference that we had in January, I said that there's this hack that I used. I did not like theory. I did not like reading. So what did I do? I had to build discipline using other things that I liked. I liked practical a lot, and I liked like being active. Like, it got so bad in university that if people don't see me at an event that is tech related or engineering related, or if people don't see me at those events, or if there's a competition and I don't sign up for it, people will personally come to my DM and be like, Princess, why have you not signed up for this thing? And I'll be like, I don't want to. Like, it's not by force. You people should leave me. And they'll not be like, no, Princess, you can't allow, like, now the Wema Bank's alcoholic competition that happened now, so when I was in final year, I had no intention of signing up. These people that have graduated reached out to me through LinkedIn, through WhatsApp, reached out to me and they said, Princess, have you signed up for this? And I said, no. No, sir, I've not signed up for it. They asked me, why have you not signed up for it? And I was like, please. I thought they said alcoholics. Forgive me if this is a dumb assumption, but I thought that it requires you to hack. And I'm not a pure software person. So when I told him, he was like, oh, that which part of it, he showed me the criteria and everything, which part of it did you see involves you being a hacker? Princess, answer me this. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Princess, make sure you sign up for this thing. I was like, that's 2 people. And I met my mentor at the time. I was like, oh, people have been disturbing me and they've been like, oh, Princess, why have you not signed up for this thing? And I was like, what? He was like, hey, it's even true, Seth. I even wanted to ask you the same thing, that why have you not signed up? I was like, okay, I will sign up. No problem. I'll sign up. And then I reached out to some of my guys that worked together on some projects in early 400 level before I went for IT. I reached out to them and asked them that, oh, I want to do this. They said that you can't have less than 3 people in a team. Do you want to join my team? Oh, you are good at this. Come. Let's form a team together. Oh, you come. And then we created like a team of 3 people. I don't think they're on this call today, but we created a team. Me, Demilade, and Ayomide. 3 of us formed a team. We did not win, but the whole experience at least taught me something, because I'm naturally not a competitive person. So now going for competitions are really out of my I just like to let me be doing my thing and let me know that I'm doing my thing well. But that it shifted something that, oh, people are actually watching you. And even for the opportunities that you yourself personally think you do not want to take. If you have the right people around you, I promise you, these people will push you, and they will tell you that by fire, by force, whether you like it or not, you must show up for this thing and you must do it, because I know that it is going to be of to your own benefit. It's not adding anything to me. If I want that prize money and then God forbid I now decide that I'm not going to give these people out of the money, they are not going to say anything. They'll just be like, oh, at least like we pushed her to be a better person and we contributed to her success story. But it sure taught me something that, oh, actually going out of your way to put yourself out there will give you more leverage than you think. And then because I kept being active in like, okay, Niwesa Abba chapter had an event. IEEE Abba chapter had events. And I always made sure that at least I was one of the people who contributed solely, maybe to embedded systems, maybe to instructing, whatever. Like I always made it that, oh, even if I don't know how far this thing is going to take me, is experience. And there's something that my dad always said. He said that no knowledge is a waste. And because no knowledge is a waste, I would always be like, okay, let me do this, let me do this, let me do this, let me do this. And then I don't know where it is going to take me tomorrow, but at least let me just have it. Because it's better for me to have it and not need it than for me to need it and then I don't have it. Do you get? So that was the mindset that drove me for majority of my undergraduate years. And then when I eventually was about to cross over to 500 level, as I said, I'm not a naturally competitive person. I held a lot of positions in final year, and it was not because I wanted to. It was not because, oh, Princess is a kind of political person that she wanted to contest, or she wanted to hold positions. If you know me personally, you know that I hate titles. I don't like titles at all. I I hate formalities. I don't like titles. But then because of the nature of my work, I have to learn to actually be more accommodative of them. But left for me, I do not like them. But then because I was just doing my own thing and I was just moving how I saw fit in my journey, people started reaching out to me and they were like, oh, Princess, I'm going to be the president of so and so association. I want you to be on my team. It started first with I think ASVA that we had the DEFCON events. I think at the beginning, towards the end of last month, ASVA now they are as Albert Salt Valley Associates. The president then reached out to me and was like, oh, that I'm recruiting people for my team. And based on your track record, I think that you are going to fit for director of hardware. Please send your resume. I sent my resume, did everything. And before I knew it, less than 24 hours, I mean less than 48 hours, he was like, okay, congratulations, you're on the team. Same thing for Apwen Abba chapter. I did not compete. So when everybody was saying that, oh, I want to be this, I was the one helping them to do campaign. I was the one saying that, oh, I think you should do this. I think you should make this video. I think you should reach out to this person. I think you should talk to these people. And this is the publicity strategy you should use. I never had intention of competing. Eventually, president of Apwen reached out to me and told me that, oh, that she wants me to be her technical secretary. I said, okay, no problem. No problem. And if you notice a pattern, like it was based on track record, based on things that these people noticed that, oh, Princess was doing, even before the titles were there, even before the responsibilities were there, even before, oh, you, the whole, oh, you have to. I don't know, like, you people are sure get what I'm trying to say. Like, I didn't have to do them. I just chose to do them. And eventually, track record spoke for me. And then these people now said that, oh, because she did it when there was nothing promised, to all she had was just, oh, just come and help people. If there is now much that is promised now, probably she's going to do very well, because if you are faithful in little, you'll be faithful in much, right? So yeah, I think then eventually along the line, as I was about to graduate, I now realized that, oh, I have ASVA. ASVA is filled with people who are interested in tech, and also like arts tech. That's like, let's say, UI UX design, graphics design, all of that. And most people, like the only people that I see that are interested from ASVA. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, if this and this and this and this is the pattern that I'm noticing, I'm going to graduate soon, and I'm not going to have an ASVA when I graduate. And I felt so sad. And I was like, oh, okay, let me look for an ASVA outside of ABUA, because ASVA is specifically for students in Afe Babalola University. I said I was going to leave. So if I'm leaving, I need to find somewhere that is like ASVA. I searched, I found Ross Nigeria, but I was like, oh, I've not gone into robotics yet. So everything that these people are saying, I don't really understand it. Let me keep looking. I kept looking. At that time, I was not even as active on X as I was now. I went on X and I was like, oh, if you guys have a community for hardware people, please involve me. Reach out to me, please involve me and let me join. Nobody reached out to me. Ladies and gentlemen, lo and behold, nobody reached out to me. Maybe because that time I think I had less than 100 followers that time. So people did not even look my way. I said, oh, no problem. It's still finished. And then, as I said, I'm going to mention a lot of things that my dad taught me while growing up. I'm going to mention a lot of things that my dad told me while growing up. My dad always raised me with the mentality that if it's not happening for you, you do it by yourself. Like, I said this thing that, oh, if magic is not going to come to you, you make the magic by yourself. And then I was like, oh, okay, since the community is not coming to me, let me make the community. And that was how YFE was born. That, oh, I said, okay, let me make my own hardware community. Let me just do that, and then let's see where it goes. And as time went on, and it now started growing and growing. And I was like, today we're 100. Okay. I was very, and I'm somebody that is very obsessed with numbers. Okay, today we're 100. Let's push for 150. We reached 150. Oh yeah, let's push to 200. We reached 200. We kept going, and now we're over 800. And I said, wow, this is bigger than bigger than that. So that was how YFE started. So let me go into like the whole the whole gist of the story of YFE. The story of YFE. So I've said my own story. So let me go into the story of YFE now. So YFE was founded as an answer to a need. As I mentioned earlier, it was just that I needed a community of hardware people, because I know in Nigeria we're not plenty. All my close friends, all of them, software, front end, back end, full stack, mobile development, mobile app development, so many things. So I was like, I said, no, I know that software is not for me, because if I do software, I'll be depressed. But if I do software, I shall be depressed. I said I cannot do software, because it cannot just be me and my laptop 24/7. I said, no, it can't be me. It can't be me. Like, I need to talk to people. I need to be moving around. I need to be touching things. I can't sit still and be saying that, oh, this thing. And for those of you who know me, sometimes I used to think that I have ADHD, because I can't stay and be doing one thing for a very long time. It's not possible. So I said software is channel for me. So I said, okay, let me create something for hardware people. And then I created it. And then we started growing. And I started seeing that, oh, there are actually more people in hardware than I think. And then also, again, if you know me personally, I love cars. So when we initially started, I spoke a lot about embedded systems, and then I spoke a lot about cars, because I don't know, all my male friends, they initiated me. And there is no way that you'll be talking to me today, and if we're on the road and I see a car that is fine, I can stop mid-conversation, and I'll just be observing the car till the car passes. If that happens and I'm talking to you personally, I'm really sorry. But this is like 3 years down the line. I can't go back again. I'm obsessed with cars. So those were the two major things that I started with: embedded systems and cars. And then I noticed that, oh, along the line, like, this is a lot. I try to have like these charts, like what we know as Tuesday charts today. I tried to have them and do them by myself. And then I kept getting burnt out, because I had a lot of responsibilities going on for me in final year. So I said, okay, let's form a team. I reached out to a lot of people. I reached out to Cars. I reached out to Ebuka. I reached out to who else was part of the team? I reached out to my friend Kamsi. I reached out to him too. Reached out to my friend Pleasant, also, who is into software. I reached out to a lot of people, and then Ima only became Ima. For those of us who like know some of the members of the team, Osas now, who is our host today, Ima also would have been yabbing in the comment section. It wasn't until like July, that June, July, August period that they now joined the team. So I noticed that I couldn't do all these things by myself, that I needed to at least form a team that, okay, my knowledge can only stretch so wide, and I cannot be the best, so I cannot be jack of all trades and then master of none. Let me work with these people and let these people at least shift some weight, while me, I handle like the behind the scenes administrative things. And then from being a WhatsApp channel, we now grew, and then we started having like subgroups. And then at some point, like, we lost our essence, and we now said that, okay, we want to make it more inclusive, and we started adding like software people. That was where, for those people who have been on YFE since like that July, August period, or from that, yeah, from like March to July, August period, that time. For those people who joined, we know that, oh, we had the cybersecurity subgroup. Ima, sorry. Sorry. We had the cybersecurity subgroup at some point. We had game development. We had data science. Ima was the head of data science. That's why it's paining him. We had data science. We had web development. We have so many things. We had embedded systems, and then we had embedded systems and robotics. But then that was until like we decided to leave like robotics to Aurora. So we sure had a lot of subgroups and a lot of things going on at the same time. And then eventually, like, because there was no structure to sustain it, people kept getting burnt out, and then they started disappearing. There's a lot of pain attached to this story of, okay, YFE is 1 year now. There was no controls. I'm so sorry, there was no controls. There was no controls. Everything aside that was command central. So controls is like a general, more or less. So I'm going to bring back sorry, Ima, I'm going to bring back a lot of painful memories. So a lot of things were happening at the same time, and because of that, and there was no structures to sustain it, people kept getting burnt out very fast. And at some point, a lot of people now started to disappear on me. And that was why, like, at some point, like, we had to let a lot of subgroups go. Game development was scrapped. Web development also was scrapped. Machine learning and AI was scrapped. Cybersecurity also was scrapped, because there were a lot of things that happened that we had to let go of, because there was no structures to sustain it. Till eventually, like, I think around that November time, like, for those of us who are part of the core team, that November time was one of the hardest times for us, because the people who were the most consistent, the people who were the most consistent in the executive team, life was happening to them. And because of the kind of person I am, because life was happening to them, life was happening to me too. So I would reach out to them. I would ask them, oh, what's going on? You've not been active. Are you okay? They will tell me what is going on. I'll feel their pain. And then I'll feel their pain. It's not be like, oh, it's as if it's my own pain. I remember one particular day that I was in the office till like 6. And it was a lot. I had to leave. It was just me and one other intern that was supervising, because we usually go home together. It was a lot. I had to leave the room and go to the other room and go and cry, because it just felt like everything was falling apart. Like everything was falling apart. People were having family issues. People were having midlife crisis, and then they were not telling me. And then because of that, they could not be there. So all the weight was not falling on me. And because all the weight was not falling on me, I was not feeling the weight, and I was just like, God, I beg, who sent me? Who sent me? I had to cry for like 5 minutes and be like, God, please, you are the one that told me to start this thing. Even if I feel like I started it earlier than the time that I was supposed to start it, you're the one that told me to start it. Please, I beg, please come and help me, because I don't know what to do. And I remember that day on the executives group chat, we had like a heart-to-heart conversation, and I just told them that, you guys, I don't know what is going on. Like, I literally don't know what is going on now. But I know that since they saw, let's talk about this thing, because we cannot continue like this. Because if I disappear, YFE will fall, because I had not learned structure. And you people are disappearing on me. It's now me that now has to be strong. But nobody will ask, oh, princess, how are you? But it's fine. Please, whatever is going on now, like, let's talk about it. And let us face this thing head on. And let's know that, oh, whatever happens after this meeting, or whatever happens after this conversation, we have a mutual understanding, and we know that, okay, it's not like we're leaving princess high and dry. It's not like, oh, we're leaving YFE because life is lifing us. Life is lifing me too. But nobody... Ima, you used to ask now. Ima, you used to ask. That's why, let me not say, there are some things I cannot say, but you used to ask. That's why, you're my G. You used to ask. You used to ask. But, we just had to reach a mutual understanding that, okay, this is what is happening. And please, if anything is going to happen that you're going to have to disappear, please communicate with me and just let me know. So that it's not like, oh, you disappeared and I was left in the dark. So we had that conversation. After everything, we just said that, oh, we are going to try to look for a way forward. And I think that was the time that YFE was the most inactive. We're not doing anything. We tried to do Tuesday chats. That was the only thing that was going on for us. We did not have like any major thing. And then after many weeks of tears and counseling, and then YFE just hit 400, plenty things. And after ranting to my pastor also, eventually we decided that we're just going to do hardware. Because that was the main reason why we started this committee in the first place. We're not going to dilute our message just because we want to be inclusive. But we'll still try to do things for our software people, because some of the software people, I won't lie, some of the software people in our community are some of my favorite people. I even met some of them when I went to Lagos for GITEX. So they are some of my favorite people. So I just realized that, okay, we need a structure that actually works for us. And I need people who are not going to disappear because life is life in them. And towards the end of last year, like, we just had to, because as they disappeared on me, I disappeared on them. And then we created like a whole structure, and we continued iterating till we eventually have what we have today. So we eventually have what we have today. So there was a lot of trial and error. There was a lot of tears. So that's why, so now you people understand when I keep saying that, there were a lot of sweat, tears, effort poured into this. You people understand the tears part now, because it was not the easiest for me. But I still had to show up, because if I do not show up, I know what was going to suffer. And YFE is like my child. And you do, as Bakel said, like, you do not disappear on your children because you are saying, oh, you are busy, or you are saying, oh, because life is happening to you, that you now disappear on your children. You don't do that. You do not do that. So even despite everything that happened along the line, we still had to keep pushing forward. And what was at our core? Building a community for hardware engineers and making them or helping them to be industry ready. Yes, so I think that covers this one. Let me move on to the next one. So from everything that I said, we started as a WhatsApp channel only. We had, before we even launched, we already had like 21 people, not have subgroups before, and I was doing everything alone. 1 year later, we are over 800 people. We have organized 7 engineering events, and we have 7 active executives. Yeah, and Ima Osas happens to be 2 of them. Shout out to you guys, and thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. So now the process, I think I've already mentioned. Who needed this. Nigeria is a country that a lot of people are mostly into software, and it's not based on, oh, sometimes it's based on that is what they want to do. Sometimes it's based on, oh, that's where the money is. But then I think now we are, especially if you're active on X, you would see that there's going to be a shift in the hardware space in Nigeria now. And if you are not going to take it, exactly, mostly fintech also. So I think now if you're very active on X and if you're paying attention to what is happening in the country, you'll notice now that being involved in hardware is one of the greatest services that you can do for yourself right now. Who are the people that need this? People who want to go into, people who are into hardware, or people who want to go into hardware and they don't have the right guidance. What is YFE going to do? YFE is going to provide that guidance for them. What real problem does? We are going to build solutions, even if we have not started it proper. We are going to build solutions now that are going to actually solve real problems. I think I've been brainstorming with Neville a lot these days. So we're going to do that and we're going to do it actively. Can we build that with the available tools that we have? If you know me, I'm a very stubborn person. Bakel is a very stubborn person. And also, I'm equally, I don't know who is more stubborn. I don't think I want to have that competition. But I'm sure very stubborn. So even if we don't have the available tools now, I shall know that one thing will lead to the other. Even if I have to claim my savings, we shall do it. We shall do it and we'll make sure that everything is done. And then what assumptions need to be tested first? I think we'll delve into that along the line. All these things are just gibberish. So YFU uses this for those of us who are familiar with design thinking. I don't even think I don't know. I feel like this is very, very unnecessary. YFU uses the design thinking approach. And what is design thinking? It's a very human-centered problem-solving approach, and it is used to like create innovative solutions that are aimed at solving problems that real people actually have. Yeah. So I don't think I want to go into this thing because I feel like this is now turning into a class. But with every single event, what I'll say is this: with every single event that YFA has had, you have seen that there is a certain problem that it is trying to solve. Now let's look back on all the events that we've had in August, February, September. In August, we had this whole students to company LinkedIn webinar. And what was it aimed at? Helping students to see why personal branding is actually important and helping them to actually grow their personal brands on LinkedIn specifically. Why did we do that? Because we realized that a lot of students have issues with getting internship placements. And most times when you have a personal brand, it will do you more good than harm. Because something that one of the people who is into LinkedIn optimization and this and that on X that I've met, she would say it is better for you to have a LinkedIn account and not need it. Now for you to need it and then you do not have it. Nowadays, you see that when you're applying for jobs, these jobs will ask you to attach your LinkedIn profile. And they're not doing it just because they are doing it because they want to see the track record before you applied for this job. That okay, before this person applied for this job, what were they doing? Is there anything that they were doing beforehand that they have to write home about? Those kind of things. So that having that LinkedIn profile will give you more leverage. Like now, if somebody that wants to recruit me were to see my LinkedIn profile, they see that I've been posting consistently, even if it's not every day, at least 5 or 6 days out of 7 days a week, I'm always posting. Back here, the same thing. For some of us, the same thing. Like we've just noticed that having a personal brand will do you more good than not having it. And we did that because we had that event because we wanted people to see the reason why that thing is important. I know that as you are a student, you have a lot of excuses want to rise up and you'll be like, I'm too busy with school. I started taking LinkedIn very, very, very seriously in my final year when there was no breathing space. There was no breathing space in final year. You people would think that, when you're in 200, 300, 400 level, you're going through a lot. Enter 500 level first. Enter final year first. And then you see that time that you people used to have that, you go to CAF, that you gist with your friend. Or maybe you stay in college and you'll be gisting with your people. Or that, maybe you now get to your hostel and you're eating and you're watching anime. And you think that, you have all the time in the world. Enter final year first. You'll be sleeping in college. I promise you you'll be sleeping in college, and you'll be asking yourself that, well, how did my life become like this? Who sent me? But you want to graduate with an A. Me now that graduated with an A, me, I know what I suffered. Exactly. Exactly. Like even if it's once in 3 months, or once a week, or once a month, you can still be consistent. Me now, when I started building YFE, my LinkedIn engagement increased by like 100%. I started taking LinkedIn very, very, very. Please don't, okay, do once a week if you can. Do once a week if you can. Like now, Michael Okpechi, before he did like his whole master's, and before he got his master's at, I think, University of Coventry in, is it the UK or something, he used to post once a week, every Wednesday. So you can do once a week. If that's what works for you, no problem. But me in my final year, when I started building YFE, I knew that I could not be limiting YFE to WhatsApp. I could not be limiting YFE to, oh, it's people that are viewing my WhatsApp status that will be members of. No, I knew that I couldn't do that. I knew that I had to start branching out. And that time, me and X were like water and oil. Before I even started taking X seriously, it took a lot of motivation. So at that point, I knew that I could not, there had to be like an end to the means that I was using, right? I started saying that, okay, now I want to be active on LinkedIn. Why am I active on LinkedIn? And I'm this kind of person that if there is no reason for me to, or if there's no full picture in my head, I cannot put 100% of my energy to it. I don't know, unless I'm acting on autopilot, but I cannot, if there's no bigger picture, I can't do it. So me, I now said, okay, now I have YFE, I have to start taking LinkedIn seriously. I was taking it seriously before. When I start increasing that, taking it seriously times 100, and I started posting about it, eventually we're now 200. When we're now 200, that's when I now met Bakel. And that's how, we now continue growing, and now we're 800 today. So every single event that YFE has had, every single this thing that YFE has had, there was always a reason why we had it. There was a problem we were trying to achieve. The Student Company Initiative now, that we are trying to help students to get placement into internship placement into certain companies that are like big companies in Abuja and Lagos and all of that. Like it was not bettered just because we wanted to do it. I was a need that I saw because of the kind of person that I am. When I graduated, people like started reaching, before I even graduated, people were now reaching out to me. They were like, oh, Princess, I want it's internship time. Do you know any company that is accepting internship? Do you know this? Do you know that? And the messages were just getting a lot. And I was like, okay, this is actually a problem. Let's do something about it. We now had the webinar this thing. Now, 2 weeks ago, me and my team, like we had a whole screening of interviews that took us like 3 whole hours that we're interviewing people to we now eventually streamline them, and we settled on 4 people. And right now, we're working on helping them to like get internship placement at this thing. So everything that we did was a problem that we saw that we wanted to address, and then we now wanted to help to solve. The engineering impact thing that we had with Mrs. Kemisola, I don't know if Saka is still on this call. Me and Saka, we know Mrs. Kemisola personally. I met Mrs. Kemisola when I was in 300 level. Somebody that has been inspiring me ever since, and she has been following my journey, and she's always like, oh, Princess, if there's anything that you need, just make sure to reach out to me. So I knew that when YFE was founded, I knew that she was one of the people that we had to have on the call. A lot of people want to start organizations. A lot of people want to launch startups or launch products or launch solutions. They don't know how to go about it. That was why we had the event with Mrs. Kemisola. And YFE was not even up to 3 months old when I reached out to her and I told her that, oh, ma, please, I want you to be at our events. And we scheduled it for December. The next one that we have, the Gen Z Legacy Conference, I realized that a lot of students like to come to school and the only thing that they do is focus on book. You are not helping yourself. You are not helping yourself. If anything, you are living a very boring and safe life. And if there's anything that I've realized, especially with what is going on right now in the world, in the corporate world, you people are seeing how much layoffs are very rampant these days. And you're not telling me that, oh, you want to do only book. You want to be doing only 9 to 5, and you don't have anything that you're adding to your you don't have anything that you're adding to your portfolio of skills. The day that they will sack you to do you like film, it will sound like I'm joking now, but the day it will happen, God forbid it will not happen, but nobody knows. So I saw it as, oh, a lot of people are playing it safe. Let's do something that will open their eyes so that it will not do them like film. That, oh, when the Bible will not be saying, sorry, let's quote the Bible, when the Bible will not say that, oh, when the Lord turned around the captivity of Zion, they were like that. When let your own captivity not now be turned around in negative version, it's not be like you were dreaming. So please, I beg, stop playing it safe. That was the reason why we had the Gen Z Legacy Conference. Fast forward to March, the International Women's Day celebration thing that we had. I noticed that women in engineering are less than 10%, or probably just 10% of the whole engineering population. And then you would see that in school is 10%. Now imagine when you now go outside. That, oh, you now see some women that, oh, they studied engineering, but that's not what they want to do. And I'm not saying that, oh, all the women that are not pursuing engineering when they graduate, they are doing the wrong thing. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I feel like for those who actually pursue it, please be more visible. Let's be seeing you. Let's work together. Let's collaborate together. Let's not just be doing. That's why I hold Chidinma with so much regard. And I hold Fumi also with so much regard. And for those people who know me, I hold Kaz. Kaz is like the elder sister or the sister my age that I never had. Like the women in engineering that I'm surrounded by that are actually taking this engineering thing seriously. If you know me personally, you know that I carry them on my head. And that was the thing that I was trying to achieve with the whole International Women's Day thing. Now, fast forward to YFE's 1 year anniversary. I didn't just want it to be that, oh, we'll do anniversary, we'll do giveaway, and we'll just go. I wanted it to be that, let it be that I call my friends. I call Bakel, I call Tayo, I call Chidima, I call myself. All of us, we come together and we actually share knowledge, because these things we have some level of experience, right? And it's not everybody who has the leverage of being in this kind of rooms that, oh, okay, because now, let me use Bakel as an example. Bakel is one of the people that if Bakel does not want you to reach him, you will not be able to reach him. And I say this with respect, because I don't even know like 100% of how his schedule is or how his life is. But with the little I know, he has every right to not be available for everybody. So now I'll see those kind of things and I'll be like, oh, okay, I know what webinars did for me when I hosted the first one that I ever did with IEEE Abua chapter in 2024. I know what it did for me. My boss that I'm working for now was one of the speakers at that event. And I know how much being able to ask him those questions, that on a normal day, even if I'm working for him now, I cannot ask him those things as much unless like we sit down and we'll have like a one-to-one. Because now the only things that we talk about is, oh, we need this for so and so projects. Oh, this component for this project has arrived. Oh, Princess, have you tested it? That's what our conversation is about. But that event gave me the opportunity to ask him every single thing that I wanted to ask him, to my heart's content. So when I saw that, I was like, a lot of engineering students and engineers, young engineers, entry-level engineers, they don't have that leverage. Let me do these things. And that's the reason why, like, you notice why if it takes webinars so seriously, because it gives you the opportunities to sit down with these people that you would not have otherwise have had access to, and sit down, ask them all the questions that you want to ask them, and just have one-on-one conversations with them, and then levels of knowledge that you would probably have had to have gone through in like 5 years or 10 years, you are learning it now just by asking these people this question. So I saw that and I was like, oh, let me do something like that and make it a regular thing in my own community, because I know how much it helped me in 2024. Moving forward, YFE is going to take it very seriously. So that was the whole this thing. That was what we kept seeing. And now we now saw that, oh, now embedded systems, Aurora does robotics. Beautiful. Now Nigeria, a lot of people don't know what embedded systems is. I won't even lie, I didn't even know what I was doing was embedded systems till 400 level. I didn't know it was embedded systems 400 level. Now I know what it is. A lot of people don't know what it is, and that's fine. I don't blame them. But now people will now reach out to me and they ask me that, oh, okay, I want to start out in embedded systems. What do I have to do? And I'll not give them the guidance that they need, but it is not enough. Okay, sign up for this embedded systems workshop. Aurora now saw that need too for robotics. Sign up for Aurora's robotics workshop too. Like, it is not that we just said that we wanted to get money. It's not your money we are after. We are after. So we decided to take the initiative by our own selves.
So I think Princess's network got cut off. You can just wait for her for 3 minutes. I don't know where she went. Probably her network. And I thought I was not hearing her. And I was like, maybe her own network, but it's hers. So wait for like a few minutes. Let's say 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah. So I no, like the speaker is currently not available. That's probably why you can't hear anything. But I think her phone went off. I want to assume that because her she's here. Thank God. Princess, please. Thank you. Yes, princess. Bye bye. Yeah, bye guys. Your mic is muted. Princess, your mic is muted. Yeah.
Even hear what I was even saying. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was saying that I'm so sorry that Ethel wanted to be Ethel was asking to be a weapon fashioned against me. So sorry, I kind of got kicked out for a while. So let me just quickly wrap up. Everything. So with everything that has happened in the past 1 year, we have seen that everything that we did was not because we wanted money, and it was not because we just wanted to do things because we wanted people to see that we're doing something. We did it because we did everything that we are doing, and we'll keep doing that because we want to make impact. We want it to be that um want it to be that every opportunity that we have, we are not just gathering numbers, but we're actually gathering value, we're actually gathering impact with every single thing that we are doing. And now for those of us who are coming up, a lot of us now are not going to say that I want to be a founder, or I want to make my own company, I want to start my own company or something along those lines. Everybody's path is different. Not everybody can be a founder, not everybody can be a CEO. Some people may just end up being, I mean this as respectfully as possible, supporting characters in another people's story. And that is not a bad thing, because God has given grace to everybody in different aspects. So what I have just learned from every single thing that I have experienced in like the past year is you should not do it alone, because at the end of the day, two heads are better than one. What you think you can achieve, because I think as I was talking to Demilade yesterday, what you think you can, if you have the right people moving with you, you can achieve that in like 2 months or 6 months. And then be as flexible as possible. Having plans is good, but then if things happen along the line that don't necessarily align with it, if you are not flexible, it is going to come and bite you in the back, because you were not prepared for it and you were not flexible enough to iterate and to move when you needed to. Always take feedback. Because whether it's positive feedback, whether it's negative feedback, I think one of the reasons why I'm so grateful for the team that I have is that even when I want to do some certain things like on impulse, they would actually say that, okay, this thing you want to do is good though, but take XYZ into consideration and make sure that with this XYZ kini that once you've taken this into consideration, if anything happens along the way, you know that it is not going to affect you as much, because you were already prepared for the worst case scenario. That's number 3. Number 4, care for people. I think one thing that I love about myself is the fact that you can never come close to me and you will not feel welcome, or you will not feel warm. If you feel otherwise, then probably, with all due respect, probably there's something wrong with you. But I do not like to shun people away. Even if some people come to my DM and be like, oh, sorry to disturb, I'll be like, did I tell you that you are disturbing me? Why is it that people automatically always assume that, when you come to somebody's DM to ask them a question, you are disturbing them, or you are bothering them, that, they were doing something and you just spoiled their whole day? No, because everything that we are doing it is for the people. We are not doing it because we want to make a name for ourselves, even if that's like an added advantage. We are doing it because we genuinely want to help you people. We know how tough it was for us to be able to get to where we were. We want to make you people's journeys easier. So care for people, because at the end of the day, like, if you care for people, those people, bad as it bad, even if not all of them will reciprocate the energy, 1, 2, 3 out of 100 of them, if they show up for you, they will show up for you like mad. And they will carry your matter on your head. And you'll be like, imagine if I did not put the extra mile for these people. And with God. Because in everything that you do, if you don't involve God, I don't know who you're involving, maybe it's one Babala or somewhere that you want to get involved. But I don't subscribe to it. But always move with God. Because if God tells you that, you're moving too fast, calm down. Because there's something you're seeing that he's not seeing. If he's telling you that, princess, you're playing it too safe, go and fire this thing with full force. And I'll be like, God, me, I'm scared though. I think there was even a time that I was telling Bakel that, Vanessa that we had, on the call last week. I'll be sorry, 3 weeks ago. At some point, she was engaging on my post consistently on LinkedIn, and I was telling Bake, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why Vanessa is liking my post consistently. He was not like that. Are you afraid of success? I was like, maybe, but me, I'm just scared because why is she liking my post? So, stop. If God tells me that, if now I'm seeing that, I'm playing it too safe. Sometimes God will have to slap sense into me and you'll be like, that princess, you are belittling yourself. Stop it and move. Bakel to the same thing. Ima to the same thing. Fumi to the same thing. Especially Demilade and Raman too. That will always be, every time I bring idea, they always want to bust my bubble. But they are doing it with love. At the end of the day, it's still them trying to help. They still them like trying to help me see that, this thing I'm trying to do, like, it's actually more. There's actually more to it. I can do more with it. Move with God and move with the right people because they will take you far. And I promise you, if you move with God, He will never lead you astray. You can never mismanage your life. And then these are some of the tips that I also shared at DevCon last year, the first edition of DevCon. So I will say it now again. For those of us that are on this call, move with like-minded people. As I said, I noticed that most of the people that were around me was software. If I were the kind of person that is very swayed, that tends to be swayed, I would have probably not been here today, and I would have said, okay, since everybody's doing software, let me move with software. No, I said I'm not going to allow people to influence me. If anything, I will be the influence. Exactly. If anything stop, nobody can influence me. Let me be the influence. Move with like-minded people, and if you don't find those like-minded people, that's fine. Move on your own, and those like-minded people will eventually become attracted to you. Saturate your feed. I think there's something that there was a period where on LinkedIn I was very, very intentional. Imauya, sorry, fintech. I was very intentional about like consuming content like on LinkedIn. I know. I was very, very intentional about consuming content on LinkedIn. And because of the kind of person that I am, I get distracted very easily. So if I'm not seeing like a constant goal every single time, people now will go through my feed on LinkedIn. Everything you're seeing is embedded systems. Maybe one or two like of these LinkedIn influencers, but everything you are seeing embedded systems. Why? Because I don't want to get carried away. And I'll say that, because these influencers I'm seeing, let me to become an influencer and I'll now lose the technical this thing that I'm trying to build. And then with everything that you're now seeing, with everything that you're now seeing, practice it. You say you want to be an embedded systems engineer. You can't do that by reading Google. You can't do that by reading tutorials, reading websites, watching tutorials. You have to put it into practice, and then be consistent. Consistency is key, because you can't tell me that, you want to be a developer. I know that school will not allow you, but you can't tell me that, now you have your 3 months IT, you have your 6 months IT, and you're now throwing that time away. You don't want to use it to build your skill sets. You don't want to be consistent. You are doing yourself a great disservice. Be consistent. And then last and most certainly not this, because there was this X-Phase that I joined yesterday. Passion. I would say passion, because passion is one of the biggest driving forces you will ever have. Because imagine if you don't like what you are doing, and then, as Bakel even said earlier, you are just gathering money, but you don't like what you are doing. I promise you become depressed. And then you just realize that, now I have all the money in the world, but I'm not happy. If you don't have passion for what you're doing, that's where it is going to lead you. Find what you love. Find what you are good at. Run with it, and then pursue it. Move with intent, and then don't leave anything to chance. Yeah. So this is our beautiful community. I love this picture so much because it was taken at Build a Bot, the Build a Bot edition that I was the lead instructor. It represents our community so beautifully. This is the core of YFE's community: hardware, togetherness, teamwork, everything. So yeah, I think in conclusion, as we can see, like I did like this whole diagram thing of what YFE does. Like YFE has been iterating a lot. As you can see, like I kept mentioning that we kept iterating and iterating and iterating. This is a closed loop system for those of us who are familiar with controls. The system is your favorite engineer, passion is the input, the error is those are the mistakes that we made. And we kept taking feedback and we kept iterating and iterating, so we eventually got our desired output, until we will eventually get our desired output, which is the hardware empire that we are trying to build. So yeah, with these few points of mine, because I just want to say thank you to every single person for being here, for supporting YFE in all her, I don't want to say trials and tribulations, but all of her adventures. It has been nothing short of wholesome. And to everybody, to Aurora that has been supporting us from the beginning that it was established, to every single person that has been here from the beginning, those people who joined us when we were just 50 members, those who joined us when we were 100, when we were 150, 200, 300, 400. We just want to say thank you, because YFE will not be where we are today and wouldn't be who we are today if not for you guys. So thank you. And with this, I think I bring my talk to an end. I spoke for 1 hour. Wow. So yeah, you guys, thank you so much. And YFE wishes you all the very best. And we are sending you lots of love and yeah, a lot of love. Forever yours in hardware and embedded systems engineering. So yeah, I think that's all for my talk. Fumi, you can handle the question. God, we still have Q&A. Oh my God. Okay. Fumi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Princess. We actually had a really nice time. So we're having questions now. So if you have any questions, you can drop them in the chat box, which I'll be checking. Please come on. Let me check. Okay. No questions right now. Well, chat, if you guys don't have questions, I have questions. So I'll start from Princess. So Princess, if you could start over again from the beginning, what would you have done differently? That's number one question. Friends, can you hear me? I don't know where she
Yes, I
put that.
can. Yes, I can hear you.
Is she there? Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, that's my question.
If I could start again, what would I do differently? I think I would learn business like earlier, because I started it because there's this saying that says that don't start what you cannot finish. And then also, when the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is inevitable. I think at the beginning I mentioned that I never intended for YFE to be as big as or to get to where she is today now, but look at where we are. So I think if there was anything that I could have done different, I would have learned the business aspect of running a community and a company earlier, so that even if anything happens, at least I have structures in place that will at least what's the word I'm trying to look for here, that will at least like lessen the blow or the consequences of not having, of like, let's say, okay, if somebody disappears or if probably life is happening to somebody, if I had the proper structures in place, then I think I would have done much better. Like at the beginning, would have done much better. So yeah, I think if there's anything I could have done differently, it would have been learning the business aspect of running a company or running a community earlier. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So okay, thank you very much, Princess. There's another question for you here too. So Miss Princess, what skill did you build while you were in university that helped you move towards embedded systems? Did you get the question? Let me just repeat it for different. Okay. What skill did you build while you were in university that helped you move towards embedded systems? It's for Princess. Princess is for you.
Okay, sorry. If you asked me a question, I didn't hear the last question you asked. Sorry.
Okay. So somebody asks, what skill did you build while you were in university that helped you move towards embedded systems?
Oh, okay. In 200 level, there was. Sorry, I like to tell stories a lot. So a lot of times, like I'm going to. Ima, please. So I'm going to use stories to answer my questions a lot. In 200 level, there was this course that we did called Introduction to Mechatronics Engineering, and we we did like this whole LED blink kiniko, and yeah, we did like this whole LED blink something at the earlier stages of at the earlier stages, and that was like my first time coming across an Arduino. And I fell in love with it instantly because I was like, oh, this is the practical gong 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 that I've been looking for since. What have you been all this while? And then and um I found it and I fell in love with it. I fell in love with it instantly. What skills did I build? Well, hey Jesus Christ. I learned a lot, especially during my IT. Especially during IT, I learned electronics. I tried to learn electronics, especially I tried to learn electronics in depthly because as I mentioned earlier, like I didn't really like theory at some point. It was I think from that 300 level, 400 level when I started seeing the essence of it, I started liking theory more. So the skills that I learned, first of all, I started with Arduino first. And I think the mistake that a lot of people tend to make is that they do not the mistake that a lot of people tend to make is that they start with Arduino and they just stop there. I started with Arduino. I learned how to program the Arduino. Most of the projects that I've worked with are on the Arduino. But then after you've done that, move on to like learning how to use an ESP32. Right now, I think what is on my to-do list now is I have been saying that I was going to learn STM32 for the longest time, but due to lack of resources, I have not been able to. But I've sure found somebody who can point me in the right direction. So, what skills did I build when that helps me move towards embedded systems? Learn the fundamentals of electronics, build on it, and master it. Even if you can't know everything, at least the things that you know, shall master it very, very, very well. And then and then if you can start with Arduino, starting Arduino, I always advise people to start with Arduino because sometimes if you want to, if it depends on the kind of person you are, sure, but sometimes there are some people that if they see the difficult things, the hard things, they'll get intimidated by it and they will leave and they will not want to do it altogether. Like how I ran when I started learning how to use the STM, I ran away. I ran away, but I just said I shall come back. So you can start with the Arduino. I started with the Arduino. Learn how to use the Arduino. Work on multiple projects with it. The beginner level ones, the intermediary level ones, the advanced ones. You can also. I don't advise if you are a beginner for you to work with alternating currents. That's the type of electricity that is being supplied in your homes for your fridges and your ACs and everything. But if you can, because me I did it in 300 level. If you can, shall just do it with supervision. Because me, when I did it now, I blew sockets. Because me now, when I did it, I blew sockets. So do that. Start with Arduino. Move beginner, intermediary, advanced. Then move and start learning IoT development with other, and then start learning how to use other microcontrollers. And then master electronics if you can. Not even if you can, you don't have a choice. Master electronics. Master electronics. So those two for me it was mostly electronics and oh yeah, and also learn C++ also. Learn a programming language. I would always advise anybody that is starting out, especially if you want to go into hardware, to start with C or C++. I started with C++. Emma started with C. I don't know why I can't hear everybody so well, But I started with C++. Emma started with C. So, yeah, learn a programming language. Start with C or C++. Learn the fundamentals of electronics, and then learn how to work with microcontrollers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think those are the skills that I learned that helped me.
Thank you very much, Princess. Anybody has any other questions? You can't see any share, but I have questions. So my question is for Saka. He's still on the call. So my question is, you entered a lot of competitions, right? So how did you find those competitions that you entered? Yeah, so that's my question. So Saka, are you on the call? The Adebayo, should I call him? Yeah, he's here. Adebayo. I don't think he got me.
Yeah, I'm
Ah,
active. I'm active.
what was it? Saka.
Sorry, I was trying to. I just came back
You
from
not
outside.
get me, guys. I don't think.
Okay, I think I
Okay.
got your question. So the person asked, how did we get to know about the competitions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know one thing about this life is that I say you know one thing about this life is that sometimes some things you do, even if you are not searching for them, they will just meet you. They will find you in some way or the other. So it all started with people seeing you applying for like different kind of stuff. You know, like you didn't get in today and you give up, and you know, like I don't know how to say this, but I can say it best in Yoruba. But let me try and translate this to English. Ah, how will I say it? I don't even know how to put Yoruba very well. But it goes like this. People carry you the way you pay yourself. I mean, no, it's not that way. But let me just go straight to what I want to say. So it was true, like research, you go online, you are just scrolling online. Like it has gotten to a point that the kind of algorithm that I have, it only brought like things that I do, like opportunities I want. And I wonder why sometimes how you even know like the next thing or probably the main thing that is in my mind. And it brings it. And before even like a lot of other people see it, I will have seen it. So and that was true, like some kind of searches that I've gone through. There are a lot of opportunities website online. Like we have Opportunities Africa. We have like a lot of them. You can make research on like students competitions. You can make research on international competitions. And apart from that, I think most of the competitions that I've gotten into have either from friends and colleagues that know me. Like there were some people that will just message me just because they want to share like competition opportunities. I've had cases of people like that. We don't talk before. They just send like links to me that Afa apply to this. So that's how you it starts. So the way you present yourself, yeah, it's the way you present yourself and what people see in you, like the energy. If they send this to you, would you really go for it? Would you really apply for it? I think that's how like basically how it is.
Makes sense. I should have better points next time. See you pasting your phone number in public. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Saka. So I have a question for Chidima. I don't know if she's on the call. I think I saw her. But yes, she's currently a robotics researcher. I also wanted to ask her how she got the job. That's my question. That's my question. So Chidima, if you heard me, yeah, she heard me. Yeah,
Yeah, I hear you.
go ahead. You have
Okay.
yeah.
In final year, after I started my final year project, because I used to organize events, hardware events, and I used to participate in events. So my community, okay, that was Rain, sorry. So I was leading Rain then. So we collaborated with GBG Photo and Robotics Club Photo to organize RoboFest with Drones Robot Photo. So the captain, or would I say, is a lecturer by the way. The captain for Drone Club Photo is a drone, like he's a drone specialist. He flies drones and even covers events, area photography. So after that event, I had to speak to the captain that I was interested in stuff like this. So I started, that was now when I was frequently in mechatronics department. I will leave my department and go to mechatronics department every single time
Oh,
I find opportunity. So I then met one lecturer that just completed his PhD in US, Texas, actually. And then he now told me about the company that we're looking for robotics researchers. So I told him I was interested because he needed like 3 students. So because of I was going to mechatronics and always helping in the lab at mechatronics. So that was how I was able to know about the opportunity and I applied for it.
okay. Guys, you have to have good friends and put yourself out there in simple terms, basically. So thank you very much, Chima. Thank you very much for that explanation.
Yes, sure.
Then my last, yeah, wait. Don't have questions. How can someone bag internship? How can someone bag internship in big companies like Tesla and Nvidia? The number one question is, please, what skills are key and essential for a mechatronics engineering student's career? So I said number one can be Princess, number two can be Beckel. As I'm just going to share, but any of the speakers can answer. So if you want to answer it, go ahead. Starting from number two. This is my interest. So what's answer number two question? How can I land big jobs in Tesla and Nvidia? You may want to hear the answer to. Beckel, I'd like you to answer this. Please on call. Beckel.
Okay, so how can you bag internship in big companies? Let me think. What's the biggest company that's the internship with? Okay, so I'll tell you how. I mean, from a practical point of view, not internship though, but I believe it can apply to internship. I was chilling, I think it was in November, and I got an email. I already have an Upwork account, and my Upwork account is linked to my LinkedIn. So I got an email that somebody wants to schedule a meeting for me or with me on Upwork. And I said, okay. Now, on Upwork, you can message somebody directly and you can schedule a meeting. If you schedule a meeting, you pay the person at his rates. So I was surprised as to why this person didn't want to message me directly and why the person decided to schedule a meeting. So he scheduled the meeting and my rate is 40 euros per hour. So we had this call for about 6 hours straight where he was explaining the problem and how to solve. And it was basically an interview, right? But it was more like he's telling me the problem of the company and I am offering solution to it. So after that, he told me to, okay, send in my job proposal on how we would go about it. Up until this point, I did not know that I was speaking to the vice president of Schlumberger. And somehow that's how I ended up working there for a contract at some point. So I later asked him, how did he actually like stumble upon me? So he said, okay, that he has actually been following me on LinkedIn. Now, I'm giving from a very practical point of view. If you apply for all these big companies yourself, there's usually during the screening period, there are times that if you have premium on your LinkedIn, you are going to get notification that this company viewed your LinkedIn. I'm starting from this LinkedIn per se because this is where I know that this is what has worked for me. Now, I put in my best to do the technical things, right? To do projects, to ensure that I know this thing called robotics. But if you just know it, you do not find a way to tell people that you know it, that knowledge sort of dies with you. So what I'm trying to say is these big companies, when you apply to them, in my case, I didn't apply. In my case, they found me. But your own case, probably you want to apply. When you apply, ensure you have enough evidence in your on your online profiles, because a lot of people apply and not even up to 50 make it to the internship, or sorry, to the interview, let alone internship. So when you do apply, first of all, your GitHub has to be very standard. I remember when I was applying for internship at Open Robotics. If you Open Robotics, that's the guys that maintain ROS2 themselves. That internship, they opened my GitHub directly on the interview, and they were asking me questions from work on my repository. I ended up getting that interview, that internship. So this is an example. You might not classify Open Robotics in the ranks of NVIDIA and Tesla, but considering Open Robotics, they are the ones that are in charge of ROS2 itself. That is still a very excellent milestone. So what I'm going to also emphasize is there are still some people that do not have online presence. There's some people that don't even post on LinkedIn that still get these rules. You need to understand that someone that goes to MIT and you that finished from FUTMINA, you people are not the same. And it's actually, you know, it's actually somebody messaged me one day and told me, maybe by all these many noise where they make. Because he now showed me one guy that got funded VC funding, and he doesn't even post on Twitter, he doesn't post on LinkedIn, he doesn't post anywhere. And I decided to actually research on the person. And it turns out this person has worked with Goldman Sachs, he has worked with very top banks in the US. He has a very good track record. And one thing about that is it's the connection he has built now that he is using. You now that they gave birth to you in Ojo-Olegba and your father works somewhere in Surulere, you are not going to use that same eye and look at somebody that is in Goldman Sachs, or somebody that has job in Chevron, or somebody that his father works somewhere else. I agree that you can be better than that person, but if you don't put it, that guy has the connection, that has all the connection that you are looking for. So even if he's good or not, maybe God now punish you now, the guy is now better than you. You are not getting that internship, you are not getting that opportunity, you are not getting anything. So I'll tell people that do not use the eyes of another person to sleep. You see the person next door, his father might be the president or something. That one, whether he's good or not, he's going to apply for the same internship and he's going to get it. He's going to call somebody and he's going to get it. My father is a civil servant. We are comfortable enough to eat, we are comfortable enough to do other things. But my father cannot call YC, the co-founders of YC, and say, give my son phone. He can't do that. So I have to show evidence. I have to show an insane amount of evidence. So you too, you are going to have to show an insane amount of evidence. Aliko Dangote now, you can sit down and you can say my name is Dangote and everybody, everybody know the guy. But your name, your surname, your grandfather's name, nobody knows it. So you are not going to have all kind of peace of mind. So to summarize, let me not talk too much. If you are starting from scratch, you want to get internship in these big companies, you are going to have to trade a lot of working. Your CV is not even enough. Your first class, they are like 1,000 and something first class students, they are not special. You have to do things that people have not done. You take time to document your work, because most times they are not even going to read your code. It's what you did in the code. So you document all these things. These are things that people see. Finally, NVIDIA has a voluntary program. If you want to apply for internship for NVIDIA next year, I think you should start the voluntary program now, because it tells them that, okay, you have some history with the company. NVIDIA has a voluntary program. I think Tesla, I don't know, IEEE has, MATLAB has a voluntary program, a student's program. Get there, do some things, show some workings. That's the advice that I would give you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. For the first question, I want Princess to answer it because she doesn't answer the mechatronics, apparently. So, Princess, what skills are key and essential for mechatronics engineering students' career? That's the question.
Okay.
Then,
You want to ask me two questions at once, or should I answer this one first? Then you ask the next one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
just
answer
answer
this.
this.
Always, let
Oh,
me
it
just
didn't just
what
what
what.
what
Yeah,
what.
let me repeat.
Yeah,
Let
let
me
me
say the
repeat.
next
Let me take
question.
the next question.
So,
So,
guys, is it my speaker?
so much.
How best does one build a personal brand? And second, how best also do you socialize with people properly and not come off as a creep? Okay. You can answer like the three of them at once. Then every other person will answer
Every
this
person
the last
answer
question.
the last.
Okay. For mechatronics engineering, I think we need to understand that mechatronics is a very vast course. So you can study mechatronics and then you specialize in automobile engineering. You can study mechatronics and you specialize in embedded systems engineering. You can study mechatronics and you specialize in industrial automation. You can even go into game development because I have a few of my friends who study it and their goal was to do game development. It depends on you, but since oh yeah, you can also study mechatronics and go into robotics. So it depends solely on you and what is your end goal that you want for the course that you are studying. Because at the end of the day, I think one of the reasons why people fail mechatronics is because they think that we are confused, that we don't know what we want because we are a combination of mechanical, electronics, and programming. So if now any advice I'm going to give you for a mechatronics engineering student is going to be more generic or is going to be more in tune with embedded system engineering. So I would say, as I mentioned before, because I feel like I'm repeating myself, as I mentioned before, learn a programming language. You start with C, do C++, can learn Python for the ML parts, yeah, for the machine learning parts that you shall want to do, and then go into electronics. As I said, familiarize yourself with microcontrollers. Can learn how to what else again? You can if you want to go into like the real like in-depth, low-level this thing. Learn how to work on firmware. That's like the anything I'm going to use my own words. Firmware is like the, for lack of a better word, software that allows machines to communicate with, yeah, that allows programming languages to communicate. Yes, communicate with machines or computers. Yeah, so you can do that, but what I'll just say is that you should just start to learn the programming language first. And once you do that, if depending on whether you want to go into the hardware part, the solely hardware part, or you want to go into embedded software engineering, it depends purely on you. So yeah, I think that's what I'll say. The second question was, how do you build a
Personal brand.
personal brand? As a student, the best place that I would say for you to build a personal brand is LinkedIn, because that's where like most of the people that are work at like these big companies that are looking to intern at. That's like the place where you would see most of the people that work there. You can practice sending cold DMs to them, sending cold emails to them. Cold emails, cold DMs, they mean basically you have not built any form of relationship with these people whatsoever, but you are just pitching with them immediately you see them and just telling them that, oh, this is who I am, this is what I do, these are the skill sets I have, and I believe that it's going to be of value to you without building any form of relationship with them prior. But then if you want to now use warm DMs, because me, I don't know how to do cold DMs, I'm still learning. You can decide to, if these people are people that are very active on LinkedIn, build a relationship with them. If you can, maybe use LinkedIn Premium. Look for people that are working at companies that you want to work at or you want to intern at. Chat with them, even though I feel like these people are very busy people and their possibilities are not answer. But you can shoot your shots. Chat with them, tell them the whole maybe have a conversation with them without giving them
Okay. Sure. Am I the one that cannot hear Princess again? Or is she still talking? Maybe it's my network, sure.
No, I think she's having issues with network.
Okay. So, I'm just going to do that. Is sarcastic? Jesus Christ. Why you pose questions so long? Okay. So, I feel like Princess has answered that question already, like Daniel's question. She has answered it well enough. So let's move on to the next question. So, Beck L, they asked you a question, getting into robotics proper, what's the roadmap, like courses, books, and all? That's just a question. Like, what's the roadmap for robotics?
But there's no roadmap. I think I made a post on this on LinkedIn. There's actually no roadmap for robotics. Robotics is, I like to classify robotics as a very, very confused field. Like, robotics will grab things from mechatronics, grab for AI, grab from cloud computing. The other day I'm doing back-end database management because I'm doing a fleet of robots. It's tiring, and most of the times I'm learning new things than I am actually using the things that I've learned before. So they're going into robotics. I don't think they should search for a roadmap, but what you can do is you can get, I think mentorship counts more than a generalized roadmap. Say, for example, the flow of what we do in the workshop is we, first of all, show you a list of equipment or a list of tools that they use in robotics, from ROS to Linux to Docker, OpenCV, blah, blah, blah. We list like these 7 tools. We give you background understanding of these tools. So at least now you know the tools that are used in the field. You know how to use them theoretically. At least you know what they do. The next thing is you sort of start building it layer by layer. For example, OpenCV had its own roadmap. You see, ROS 2 has its own roadmap. And somewhere in ROS 2, you have to use OpenCV if you are working with camera. And then now you realize that you have to go back to OpenCV roadmap and go and do OpenCV roadmap. It becomes a problem. Like, it's so much interconnected. The idea I have to go back to start learning data structures and the rest. Right? I've forgotten anything about it. I have to go back and start learning it. Got some YouTube. So it's not really clear cut. What we do is we take a particular robot, if it's an arm robot, if it's a mobile robot, and then we just learn the things that pertain to that robot. So you are going to still end up branching a little bit here and there, right? It's not clear cut. Also, allow me to answer somebody that said, no, I did not merge robotics and marine. I had to do that. I don't know if you're on the call when I talked about people are lazy. Like, people feel they have to do just one thing and drop the rest. And I reiterate, the families of those rich kids, where the rich kids become spoiled because the parents don't have time, is because of this same issue of having to pick one thing and focus on it. They pick up their work and they focus on it. They don't dedicate time to the children, right? And this because of something that they started doing since when they were small, which is choosing only one thing and doing only that one thing. It's bad. For some of you that I don't know, I still run Roblist, which is a real estate startup. We are still holding our own training, but nobody's going to hear about that one because this is like the robotic side of my life. I still run Regalia Electrical. We organize trainings for secondary school, for primary school. That's like a branch. I still run a lot of other things. So it's not as if you wake up one morning and make robotics your life. Like, yeah, there are so many things you can actually achieve than just one thing. That's one thing I'll tell you. So first of all, in my case, I'm doing naval architecture, which is the design of ship. If you see me when I'm working in robotics, or when I'm talking about robotics, or when I am working generally, I will swear that I will never touch CAD. Like, I hate CAD. Chidima knows I hate CAD. I'm not going to do anything. See, if they give me, if the issue is from the CAD designers, I am not going to touch it. But you are also going to know that I have 10 solid years in CAD design. As a draftsman, I've used literally almost all the CAD softwares that are there, from AutoCAD, CATIA, SolidWorks, Rhino. A lot of them, Grasshopper. I know how to do it very well. But God forbid when I'm doing robotics, I will do CAD. My point is, it's good for you can do more than two things at the same time. Your brain is that powerful. You are probably just reluctant to do it. Okay. So now, which I studied marine engineering, specialized in robotics, which to me feels like they are very different fields, right? I almost run mad. How did you put in place to balance the two? I don't know, you just that's a talk for another day. That is talk for another day because I have to explain how terrible my life is because like this is how a day in one of the days in my life is as an Erasmus Mundus student in naval architecture. I have classes from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is a very long time. They tell you are being paid to school, so it's not like your normal masters where you have like maybe one class a day or something. We have like 5 classes a day. So I would have to go to class and do that. Now when I come back around that time 6, 7. Sleep for like 2, 3 hours, wake up by 10, 11, and then from 10, 11 to the next morning around 6 a.m. is robotics. And then I continue like that. From this thing, you probably figure that I have a very terrible sleep pattern, but I mean, it's small sacrifice to pay for salvation. So that's how I managed to do both of them at the same time. And then occasionally, say, for example, when I need to get something done on the real estate startup, for example, maybe talk to a couple of lawyers, then I will like schedule it and maybe, okay, today I'm not going to do a lot of robotics. I will probably be on call with lawyers. When I want to maybe supply, because like we import components, electrical components, pharmaceuticals, blah, blah, from different countries into Nigeria. So when I want to do that, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is what I'm doing. Okay, so you find a way to balance your life. Come on. There's something called marine robotics. Yes, I've also done marine robotics too. So there was a problem because my Erasmus Mundus, my masters, my blah blah blah, my school is in naval architecture or marine engineering, and I have my passion in robotics. I did not want to work on a marine engineering based thesis because I just didn't feel like it. Okay, I know how to do it, but I didn't just want to. So I decided to say, okay, let me just do something on marine and robotics together. But like that's like different. That's out of it. Marine robotics is very different from naval architecture or marine engineering. All right, so I hope I've answered all the questions that were sent to me.
Yeah, you have. So, Princess,
Okay.
I think you can come up now. Closing
Oh,
prayers.
okay. Did I answer the
And then,
question? I don't know what part I got kicked out that you guys heard last. Can you hear
I
me?
didn't get you. No, I didn't get the last thing you
I said,
said.
well, I was saying that the last question that you asked, did I answer it? Because I
Sure.
realized at some point that I got kicked
Yeah,
out.
I understood your answer. Let me.
Okay.
Daniel is still in the call. He can clarify whether you answered the question properly for him.
Well, it was Daniel
But I
that
don't think.
asked the question. Okay, let me
Yeah.
just finish. I was saying that at the end of the day, you are the one who knows like the goal that you are going for. You are the one who knows what you are after. And socializing and networking, yes, it is a very good thing. But at the end of the day, socializing and networking with the right people will do you will do you more good. Because imagine if imagine if um imagine if you are moving towards hardware and then most of the people within your circle, even though that's not bad, are people that are into like UI UX design and then web development and all of that. It's not going to it's not going to like it's going to be like you are taking 2 steps forward and then be 1 step forward and 2 steps back. So what I was saying was that it is better that you just, even if you try to talk to people, socialize with them, and then they misunderstand you. Everybody is going to misunderstand you at some point. So just know what you want and then go after it. And then if they think that you are creepy, then that's fine. They'll get over it. Like people forget things easily. They'll forget about it in the next like 2 weeks or so. But if you want to socialize with people. Just be yourself. Don't try to pretend to be a cool person, or um don't try to act as somebody or something that you are not, because I get wanting to do that. I don't think I've ever tried to do that, but I get wanting to do that, but it is not going to help you, because at the end of the day, like when it is all said and done, the real you will eventually resurface. And if they don't accept, or if they don't accept you or take you for you, then please forget about them. Like that's their business. With all due respect, like that's their business. But just be yourself, and then try to be a person of value. And then with time, even if you have to walk alone for a period of time, the right people will eventually become attracted to you. So I hope that answers your question. And then if you need more advice, this is Daniel that answered this question. If you need more advice, you can just reach out to me. You have my number. You can just reach out to me.
Thank you very much, Princess. I think this
Yeah.
is where we come to a close. Then we also
Yeah.
have the announcement. Please, you guys should clap. We also have the announcement of the winners of that giveaway. I think you should be
Oh
doing that
yeah.
like now. Yeah, they have
Okay.
second and
So
third.
second and
Emmanuel,
third
ask
care.
a question.
Oh, Emmanuel, what's your question?
You don't. I don't think you need to be reading that at this way. Just leave it.
Emma that texted me and told me that he wants to attack me. He wants to put me on notice. Okay, so based on what Ima wanted to ask me, he was asking me that industrial automation. I don't know, me, I can't see the question again, Sha. But I'll just read it as you sent it to my DM. He said that is industrial automation still a core track on YFE? Unfortunately, it is not, because as I said, the people who were in charge of those subgroups at some point, like they were not delivering. This one is not even, because me, I know I'm a perfectionist. If this one was not, oh, they were not delivering based on expectation. This one was, they were not delivering at all. They were not delivering at all. So I just decided that. And then you were handling Ima, you were handling data science. And I could not now come and be telling you that, oh, okay, handle data science, handle industrial automation. The person that was handling industrial automation was not doing it well. And then eventually, like, we had to remove it. And now the only things that we have that are actually thriving, or to some certain extent, Command Central and the anime group chat. I said the anime group chat. Yeah, so those two. Please, you people should not see me finish. You people should not see me, but those are the only two. Command Central and anime. Those are the major two. Then embedded systems and robotics. It's not our fault that you do not like to watch anime, you know. It's not our fault. It's you that decided that you are not going to join our cult. That's your problem. That is your problem. Anyway, Fumi, please read his question, because he's saying that
Hey,
please just
this
read this
question is like
question. Just read.
super.
I can't see the
Okay,
question. Just read it.
this
So
question
that
is
before
for
we close and
Princess.
go
So
home.
let me skip for this part. Subgroups were scrapped, and yes, it's not news that some subgroups were scrapped, and we kind of have just two core tracks now: embedded systems and industrial automation. And with the way industry 4.0 is, a lot of things have merged with industrial automation, including many disciplines from the IT section. I'm talking about AI, data engineering, and analytics. In fact, I really just send a question to you. Let me just paste that. Why is the question so long? And then this is the question. So I've sent the question. In essence, he wanted to
Okay, my
ask
question is
whether
for
you're seeking to add
Princess.
more to YFE. He doesn't want it to just be hardware. Apparently, there are more things in hardware.
Who is that? Who is that? Oh, Ima. Okay,
It's not in
okay, sorry. My question
that.
is for Princess. Hold on. Let me read it. Let me read it. My question is for Princess. So it's not news that some subgroups were scrapped, and we kind of have two core tracks: embedded systems and industrial automation. And with the way Industry 4.0 is, a lot of things have merged with industrial automation, including many disciplines from the IT sector, talking AI, data engineering, and analytics, cybersecurity, even DevOps practices are being applied to versioning PLC systems recently. Same with embedded systems. There's edge computing involving both hardware, data architecture, AI, networking, and co. With this shift happening, are we going to stick to just hardware moving forward, or reopening fields that, or reopen these fields and be them? Okay, so to answer this question, I think when we said that we're going to stick to just hardware, Ima, you have been one of the people who have been advocating for the integration of hardware with software. Software, because at the end of the day, there is no hardware without software. Abi. Let's or now silicons and systems on X that we had, where you spoke about IT and OT, that's information technology and operational technology and operational technology. Now, when you mentioned all of that, you took it from the hardware, I mean the industrial automation point of view. Industrial automation, even if I want to say that, oh, YFE is sticking to just hardware, you know for a fact that it is not just hardware. Because at the end of the day, like if we say that we just want to stick to just in quotes hardware, we are going to be limiting ourselves. And you for one, you know.
Emmanuel has an issue with us, and I believe so.
But at the end of the day, right? I feel like the complete are we just going to stick to just hardware? No, we are not going to do that. And that is why the beautiful thing is that we have people like you in the community who are, even though like, oh, a lot of us are working on different things that involve hardware, like in our different spaces. You are the one out of all of us who is working like full time in a hardware space that allows you to learn continuously. So because of that, and because of that advantage that you have and that we have, having you as a part of the team, you know that I've seen all these lapses, you will not call it to our attention. Because imagine if, oh, now I know what is happening with cars and how like her entire work experience is right now. I do not expect her to constantly, and I mean this as respectfully as possible, I do not expect her to constantly be aware of so many of the emerging trends in real time right now. The same thing goes for who else again? Who else again is on the team? The same thing goes for, I will remove Afolabi from the equation because Afolabi has his own company to deal with. I'll remove Fumi also because Fumi has I don't even know what to even say, sir, but like you are the one who is seeing all these things. Fumi, don't mind me, I'm not throwing shade to you, don't mind me. You are the one seeing all this. Yeah. Ima, you're the one seeing all these lapses now. Jesus Christ. I should not talk, Abi, I should talk. Let me just finish what I'm saying. You are the one seeing all these lapses now. Me now, we all know the nature. I don't know if we know the nature of my work, but we shall know. Let's assume we know the nature of my own work. You are the one who is working majorly deep inside the industry 4.5.0 space. So you will be the one who is sorry, can you mute me? You will be the one who is more aware of all these things. And that is the advantage that we have now, having you on the team. If for whatever reason you are seeing things that we are not seeing, or you are seeing things that, oh, we should do this, we should do this. And that's the reason why I even like your approach. Your own approach. You do not send anybody anything that you feel like is not the way it is supposed to be, you will call it out immediately. And that is one reason why I even appreciate the fact that you are on our team. Now you're seeing all these things. Nobody else is seeing it. Never specializes in computer aided design. Fumi specializes in Fumi specializes in embedded systems and robotics. Ade is not continue blushing. Ade is working with me on the admin aspect. Daniel too, the same thing. You understand how it is. So if you are the one that is seeing these lapses, that's why you are part of the core team, so that you will call it to our attention. Because if you are seeing that, oh, there are gaps we are not filling, if there are things that we are supposed to do as a hardware community that we are not doing, call it to our attention and let us know, and then we will do better. And then you bring ideas and you bring initiatives for us to now do. That's why we are a team. It's not a one-man show, and it's not one man that is contributing. It's not one man that is doing this thing, this thing, this thing. So are we doing it moving forward? Yes. Yes. Any idea you have, come and bring it to me. Disturb me in my DM. I know that I've not been the best with responding to you in my DM these days. I'm very sorry. But sha. Bring it to my DM. Yes, disturb me. You have every right to disturb me. Yes, everybody on this call now is bearing us witness. You can disturb me. No problem. So I hope that answers your question. I think that's a yes. Anyway, so now okay, thank you. So let's announce the winners of the giveaway. So I made a very big mistake. See me, no problem. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Bakel, I am so sorry. Bakel, I am so sorry. I made a mistake. In that I did not. I'm sorry, Bakel, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I thought you saw it on my status. I'm sorry. So during the course of the week, or like last week, I posted on X that, oh, YF's birthday is on Thursday. That was last week, Thursday. And we're going to give away one Arduino RFID starter kit to somebody. And I announced it on X, I think last week, Friday. And then I kept, exactly, no, you saw it, exactly. Yeah, Fumi, you're free. So I announced it, and we shall had it on yesterday. We had it yesterday. I forgot to send it to the YFA at one group chat. That was the mistake that I made, and I am so sorry. I was like, oh, maybe I'll do another one, but I beg. I beg. My salary has not come. My salary has not come, I beg. Ima, don't worry. God will do it. Anyway, so we had like a whole giveaway thing. I didn't want to. I sent it to the YFP group community and this thing. I posted it on my status too, but I forgot to send it to the YFP at one group chat, and I'm very, 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 very sorry. So we had the competition yesterday, and on around by 9 a.m. on X, and it was basically me saying that, okay, in embedded systems we have communication protocols, right? How when one device or one component or one sensor or one microcontroller, whatever, communicates with another. And I told them to list and briefly explain for beautiful. I told them to briefly list and explain those four of the communication protocols. And at 9 a.m. we had a winner, and then we had somebody who came second position. I say second position because like they were so close. Like it was very, 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 very close. So I was like, okay, it was supposed to be just first position, but let me do something for second position. So the people that won are on this call. On X, I saw Kelly, Chris, but I think on this call is Christopher, a father. So Christopher was the one who won. How was I able to identify a very DP? So Christopher was the one who won the Adeno RFID starter kit. And then Sean came, I think Sean is still on this call. Yeah, Sean is still on this call. Sean came second position. And I think because I did not want him to go empty-handed, I will be getting or YFE will get you 5 sensors that you will use to practice. So it's not like, oh, you just have like the Arduino, but you have like other components that you can work with along the line. So you send me a DM because Sean, you have my number. You send me a DM. Ima, rest. You send me a DM and you shall let me know the 5 sensors that you want, and then we'll get them for you. And to you, Christopher, please on X, please DM me and send me your address. I hope you are in Abuja. I hope you are in Abuja, but I have a feeling that you're in Lagos. But no problem. I've made a promise and I will keep to my word. So no problem. No problem. I will swallow it. I will swallow it. I'll swallow it. No problem. You're in Lagos. It's fine. Just send me your address or as a DM on X. Thank you very much. So, to wrap up, I will just say YFE is starting her embedded systems workshop on Saturday. So if you want to sign up for it, please and please be sure to do so, because the deadline for that is next week. Next week what's I think next week Friday, or next week Saturday. Then Aurora Robotics, our partner, is having, or they've started their uh, their robotics core workshop. They started last week Monday. If you want to sign up for that also, feel free to reach out to either of us. You can reach out to me on X and then I'll send you the details. You want to go into embedded systems, you want to go into robotics, you want to go into both, say. Because as Bakel said, the time that the flyer came out, learn embedded systems, learn robotics. After robotics class, come to embedded systems class. If you don't come out as the world's best engineer, we will give you back your money, but we know that that's not possible. You will definitely come out as the world's best engineer. So you guys should feel free to reach out to me on X. This is my username. So just DM me because I'm trying to make it a habit to be checking my messages, because a lot of people have been DMing me and I've been missing their messages. So be sure to reach out to me. Whichever workshop you want to sign up for. If you sign up for Aurora, it's still a win for YFE. If you sign up for YFE, it's still a win for Aurora at the end of the day, because at the end of the day we're a team. So success of one is success of all. So, and if you sign up for both, Omo, we'll give you trophy. Or me, I'll dance for you. I'll dance for you on the roads of Abuja. And then I don't know if Bakel wants to make this announcement. I don't know, but I think I'll leave that about the tour. Bakel, do you want to announce that, or should I?
Okay. So we have plans, or we've already started putting plans together to have like a robotics store. This actually came from the idea that just like some other robotics companies or robotics educational companies, they do have like a location in Nigeria where you can go to. But the problem is the location might be in Abuja and you might be in Zamfara and you want to do robotics and you don't know how to get there, or you don't have the means to get there. So instead of you going to learn robotics comes to you, that kind of thing. So we're starting with 3 locations. We're thinking of Lagos, Abuja, and Rivers States, right? There'll be official announcements and every other detail. So basically it's a day, and you come, interact with actual robots, you learn a thing or two, and some fun, refreshment and everything. That's the idea. We're looking at April, so it's pretty close. right? Pretty close, but it should be fun. It should be fun to have people around. All right, Princess, I'm done, please.
Okay. All right. So details concerning that will be sent as time goes on. I think the YFA has one group chat. We'll just use that as a way to pass information across to you guys, so that yeah, we'll just use it as a way to pass information across and make the information passing across. So please, for those who won the giveaway, please don't forget to reach out to me. And yeah, please don't forget to reach out to me and let me know your address and then the sensors that you want. And anticipate Aurora Robotics tour. Me, in my own mind is that my own mind is YFE must have an office before the end of this year. That is what is in my mind. So when that one happens, I will shall let you people know. But for now, all the money that we have is going towards that direction. All the money that is going. So if anybody's wondering, oh, why are we not doing anything of that kind? Please and please. We're not, you people, my mind and you people's mind is not in the same place. Not in the same place. So, but later. So we'll send more information across on the group chat. Yeah, about the robotics core workshop and about the embedded systems workshop as well. I'm trying to see if I can display both side by side, but I don't think that is going to be possible because we don't have time again. So yeah, guys for thank you guys for showing up today. Thank you for making it a plan to be here, because I know that it was not easy. We've been here for like almost 4 hours, and I know that now that I mention it now, that's when people will start going. No problem. Well, yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you for celebrating with us. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for helping us spread the word. Thank you for everything that we're doing for YF's cause, for Aura's cause too, because we do not take it for granted at all. We do not take it for granted at all. So thank you guys so very much. Fumi, thank you for hosting. You were a very, very wonderful host. To Chidima and Saka, they are not here, but for whatever reason, okay, let me try to get their LinkedIn profile so that you guys can connect with them also. Let me try to get their LinkedIn profile so that you guys can connect with them. I feel like that's going to take a while. So, yeah, I'll just share the screen for this thing. So you can see the flyers for the embedded systems workshop and the Aurora Robotics Core workshop. I'll try to get all the people's so you want to connect with them on LinkedIn, no problem. No problem. Okay. So this is for Bakel. This is for hey guys, I'm sorry if I'm slow. I just really want to make this available for you guys. Okay, you need to customize your link. This is for Chidima. Let me try to get Saka's one. People really need to customize their links on this thing. Okay? Be like me and Chidima. Customize your links. Then lastly, yeah. So I think I've set my own LinkedIn. Bakel, please customize your LinkedIn link. This is what we want to hear. Customize your LinkedIn link. Make it linkedin.com/kinikiniko Bakel-Bakel. Thank you very much. Yes, I should call it. I've called. Customize your link, Bakel. Customize your link. I'll tell Saka too, because he had to leave to attend another meeting. But you people should customize your links. So let us stop saying, oh, Bakel hyphen Bakel number. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so that is everybody's LinkedIn link. I think I set my own so that you can send me a DM without sending a connection request. So you can do that. So this is first is for Bakel, second is for Chidima, second is for Tayo, the next is for me. So yeah, thank you guys so much, because this was a very beautiful, very beautiful. I want to screenshot this because it's so pretty. I like how I put this thing side by side. It's very pretty. So yeah, thank you guys for staying to the end. Thank you for allowing me to stress you with my stories. Feel free to reach out to me. I think, yeah, feel free to reach out to me. Then if you want to reach out to Bakel and you cannot reach out to him, reach out to me on his behalf also, because the number of people that have reached out to me because they want to get through to Bakel, I cannot count. But I will not tell Bakel, because if I tell him, start telling me sorry, and I don't want him to tell me sorry. So see me. You can only see my link. Oh, let me copy and paste it. Not copy and paste everything. No one. Spotify. Oh yeah, and please also drop reviews on the group, because I'm going to post the reviews tomorrow. Let people see that joining YFE is not a waste of time, and that this event was very helpful. So, okay, so these are all the links. Please make sure to drop your reviews on the group chat. Please, what did you learn from the events? What changed? What mindset changed for you? What are you leaving this place with? Because at the end of the day, these testimonials will help us to build more credibility as brands, as individuals, as professionals, as brands, as companies. So please and please, do us that. Like, even if you don't do anything for us, like, at least do us that much. Like, just help us spread the word of the things that we're doing. Yeah, things that we're doing at YFE, and then also at Dara, because at this point so yeah, so please be sure to drop reviews on the group chat, please. I cannot overemphasize that. Please be sure to drop reviews on the group. Please and please. Thank you very much. So I think I've made announcements for the workshops. I've announced the winners of the giveaways. We've dropped the link. Yeah, we've dropped the links. So I think that's all. So yeah, thank you guys very much. And our next event, with the number of events we've had, and this is just March, I want to rest. But knowing me, I know that we'll still have another one soon. But please also tune in for our YFE and Aurora's bi-weekly X Spaces. Yes, I'm still going to take a closing prayer, don't worry. Tune in for our bi-weekly X Spaces, that is Silicon and Systems. We have it every 2 weeks on X. I even want to make it more frequent itself, because there was something that one of the main people on X that I follow, he said, there was something he said, the reason why, like, he has his own spaces like every week, because if we have it every 2 weeks, it's very easy for people to forget. So I don't know, I feel like we should do something that will still like increase this thing. But anyway, no problem. And then we're working on structure for interns, sure, but that one will be announcement for another time. And I'm trying to download the flyer for this thing, but it is taking time. So anyway, let's take a prayer so that we'll go. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for the success of this event. Thank you for how you've helped us. Thank you for okay, Bakel said we should make it weekly. Let me finish the prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for the success of this event. Thank you for how you've helped us. Thank you for everything that we've learned today. Thank you for value passed on. Thank you for impact made. Thank you because as we have come here today, we've sat, we've heard, we've ate well. We will not just hear these things and then leave, but we will hear them and we'll execute them and we'll do excellently well. And we'll do them excellently well in the name of Jesus. We pray that Lord, even as YFP clocks 1 year, we pray that this new year that we're stepping into, it will be greater heights upon greater heights upon greater heights, each after the other, to the glory of your name, in the name of Jesus. We pray that even as we go about our week and we cross over to a new quarter, this quarter will be far greater than the month of January, February, March combined. And it will be testimonies upon testimonies, wisdom, insight, impact, after another. And at the end of it all, Lord, all glory will be to your name, and to your name alone. God, continue to help us and show us. In Jesus' mighty name, we close this meeting in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' mighty name, I have prayed. Amen. Okay, so let me quickly get this thing. I want to try to get the flyer for Silicons and Systems. You guys should bear with me. I'm so sorry. Hey, you guys should not be angry. I know it's taking time, but if we have it every week, it will be so nice. Yeah, so Silicons and Systems. Silicons and Systems. Non-technical topics relating to technical people. Ima, give examples. Or like office politics in engineering, people that carry code on their head, blah blah blah. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. And I feel like that would be even good. So, and you can even like serve the whole Friday banters. You can replace Friday banters if need be. You can replace it. Yeah. That would be good actually. I think that would be good. You might make sure that you are there every week, because I think you and Baker really clicked in the last one. So please, make sure that you are there. At least Baker will have somebody to be laughing with every time. So Bakel said we should make it weekly. Now I have to talk to graphic designer to adjust it. No problem. No problem. We can do that. We can do that. And then the whole internship placement thing, I feel like somebody asked me. Okay, I think that was the question directed back. But the whole internship placement thing, from the 5K. Is this Ima from that day? Yes, it's Ima now. Bakel, how didn't you know? It's Ima from that day, yes, because both of you clicked. That's why he was like, oh, that I was like, oh, that since he has your number, I should reach out to you. So you guys really clicked that day. So I think it would be very nice for both of you people. You know, you have somebody that I can play with. I can play with. But sure. Let's have it. Let's have it. I'll tell the graphic designer to change it to weekly Tuesdays. No problem. That's fine, because I think I love X Spaces so much, and the whole talking thing. You leave these guys now to talk now, they will start doing I for no talk. But it's fine. It's fine. So yeah, you guys please connect with us on LinkedIn and on X. Bakel's, I don't know why Bakel is not on X again, but no problem. I will not talk.
I will never answer you. You must always find a way. You must always find a way to drag me. What did I do now?
Come to X, Bakel. Why did you leave?
I did not leave. I did not leave.
You stepped away temporarily.
Oh yeah, I'll come. I'll come. Don't worry.
Exactly. Do you know how many posts I've tagged you in? There is no even answer.
That's the thing. Like, and on LinkedIn, I mean, my DM is really football. On X is worse. My DM is a mess, and sometimes it's difficult to keep up with. But I'll try to come back again. Thanks. Don't worry, don't worry, no worry. I do with you. I do with you. I'm not run.
No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you guys see you on Tuesday. See you on Tuesday. I'm very excited. See you on Tuesday. I would have said I'm about to cross 1K followers. I would have said I'll do giveaway. People have run me street. So I'm not doing giveaway again. But the Arduino Kinikon kit, I will do that one. But no, Ima, give me money. Give me money. Ima, give me money. If you give me money, I'll do giveaway. I've already given. You self give so that I shall be given unto you. You self. Oh God. You guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't feel like leaving the call now. Maybe I'll look for one X-Space to join so that I can talk. And then I'll distress for the week. Because those X-Spaces actually help me a lot. I tend to keep to myself a lot. So those X-Spaces actually help me come out of my shell. So I'll go and look for one X-Space this night to join. I already know that there's one going on now. So I'll go and look for one to join. And I'll see you guys later. Or you guys want to keep talking to me, no problem. We can just, and I'll just stop the recording. I'll continue. No one. Shasha, please don't forget to tune into the X Face on Tuesday. See you guys then. Thank you for joining. Have a wonderful week ahead. Bye guys. So we can leave the call now. Please, the winner should not forget to DM you. Thank you. Bye.
So bye.
Bye.